Right, folks, we're back with you, and well, we've just gone on to a new stream, seeing that Eskom has cut us off on the previous one. There's been a couple of pit stops that have happened, and well, that's turned things just a little bit upside down. You can expect them to start with the pit stops that easily. We'll have to have a look and see exactly how that pit stop strategy is going to work itself out. So frankly, it's now Luke Bekese that's at the front end of the field, and they are spread out pretty much everywhere around the track at this stage of the fight. Let's have a look at the pit stops to date, and let's see. So Luke Bekese has not been in the pits. That is why he leads not only the class but the race overall. Having said that, Byron Mitchell, Julian Filiaris and Luke King, they were first, second and third on circuit. They have all gone in for their stops. In fact, everybody's gone in for their stops. Luke Bekese does a Johan Perry. He does a different strategy to everybody else.
Yes, the guys have made their pit stops. Familiaris came in, Mitchell came in, and there was no driver change. Luke King came in as well. There was no driver change there. As eventually, 37 minutes into this race, it is Luke Bekese that brings that Team Pantera Racing LMP2 Dallara number 2 into the pit area. That will then promote Byron Mitchell and Familiaris back into first and second positions, because there is not much between Mitchell, Familiaris and of course Bekese that is now in pit lane. So that number 1 car is busy making its way now through what they call Thunder Valley into Bull Mitchell Bend, and then into turn 14, which will be the final corner. That is the final corner. You see him make his way up the hill. Up the hill, that is the main straight, and you just picked up there on the right hand side the Team Pantera Racing Luke Bekese car there in the pit area. I don't think that Luke would hand over right now to his teammate. I think what he would want to do before he hands over would be to get a comfortable lead in his class and then hand over to his teammate. And that's exactly what he's doing. Bekese is still out there in that number 2 Team Pantera Racing, still sitting out there in that 4th position. So basically it's Mitchell and Familiaris and King that have gone through. Janneman Prius is there in pit lane, so Janneman has made his stop. So the first guys, Mitchell and Familiaris, they basically went in round about 34-35 minutes into the 6 hours. So you'll probably find they're going to put every 35-40 minutes these guys will make their way into the pit area for pit stop. So Janneman Prius is still stationary there in the pit area, and has been in there now for just under 45 seconds. He's been in that pit area. So Janneman Prius still there in the pits. That means Mitchell sitting out there in P1. He is 3.7 seconds ahead of Julian Familiaris in that second position. And Julian is 4.3 seconds ahead there of Luke King, that sits there in that third position. Then 4th overall is Luke Bekese, and Luke is sitting P4, but the P1 in class in that the number 2 car of his for Team Pantera Racing. And that is the man that you see making his way around there. That is a car number 2, busy working its way around the Road America circuit.
And he has also now done his pit stop, and he has in fact not done a driver change, as Luke Bekese. That's the man you see out there on screen. And the other man that was sitting on the edge of his chair waiting to see if he was going to climb into that motor car, our Captain Peter van der Spy. First of all, Peter, good afternoon to you. And second of all, well done with your choice of teammate in Luke Bekese.
Good afternoon, Gary, and listeners. Thanks very much. Yeah, that was a last-minute thing, unfortunately, because both my team drivers had unfortunate situations where they couldn't drive, and Luke, in our last practice session, kindly just said, hey, drive with me, so great partner. He's done exceptionally well so far. 0 off tracks. We've got a big fuel strategy going on, and fuel and fire saving strategy. So we managed to eke out another extra lap. You probably noticed on the last fuel stop, and so we timed it on exactly. Literally ran out of field in the pit lane. Managed to close to the guy.
Awesome. You can't cut it any tighter than that. So obviously plan A is now to win the class. Obviously plan B is to win the race overall. We've seen that Durant Motorsport do massive amounts of homework with Garth de Villiers in the background in terms of 2 Durant Motorsport cars out there. Byron Mitchell, Julian Fernandez, 2 of the best of the best of the best out there on track at the moment. Is there a chance, the way that you guys are lining it up now with a lift and coast, to be able to compete with them in the long run, or at this stage of the fight, is it working a bit against you in the earlier part of the race to do the lift and coast?
Yeah, we definitely not racing. We made a very clear decision on that. Let them have their own race. It's too much on the edge, and once they put us out of both classes, so we've taken the safer route, and we lifting and coasting, and now races with the Masters. That's what we want to focus on. Letting the guys go ahead. The only way we'll actually beat them is if they make a big mistake. So now race with the Masters.
In terms of the fuel duration, how many laps did you manage to eke out of it? And are you looking at a double stint on tyres at this point?
No, we got 21 laps under the first fuel load. I think that it was a lap better than everybody else did. And what was the second question there?
In terms of tyres, we've seen in the past these LMPs appears like they can do a triple stint, but probably, depending on which track you are, a double stint would probably be the way to go in terms of tyres.
We're going to see. If we're going to do. We got pretty good wear on the first session, and we'll definitely be able to double stint, and may well do triple stint, but we'll make that determination in the pits when we look at the tyres on the second stint. Driver change, we still calculating and checking, and we obviously want to try and establish a good peak first, and before I take over, generally speaking, I'm the second least slower than Bill, and so he's, we strategise to build up a good lead here first. But yeah, I think triple stinting, with the track being so hot, when this track is 50 degrees, and it's not getting any cooler, and so it's, triple stint the tyres is going to be really, really on the edge, and if anybody can do that, it'll be Look.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, folks, there you go. That's the inside line from our favorite captain, Captain Peter van der Spey. And, now the question bodes, there's now 24 seconds between Luke Lucchese and Raymond Duggan. A further 23 seconds back, that makes a total of 47 seconds. Let's guess then that 20 laps is what you can get out of a full load on these LMP2s. That means if, for instance sake, you had to do a crossover now, and let's say Peter van der Spey was 2 seconds off the unrealistic times that Luke Lucchese puts up there, that means that there is already enough gap should anybody else be able to run at the pace of Luke Lucchese. It would take a full tank of fuel to be able to then catch back up to that car, keeping in mind that Mike Verrier finds himself quite a long way further down. So already in a situation, Frankie, where Peter could take over a ride super duper safe, even if it was on a second stint on a set of tires, and they've already very much secured themselves a situation with the class that they are in. that they are looking to be doing very, very well. Mike Berrier behind Jan Spammers, and in behind Mike Berrier, Pieter Joubert, Juan Engelbrecht still in that 5th position, but we've just had a change of positions. Mike Berrier dropping down to Pieter Joubert.
Yeah, Pieter Joubert just moved up there, and that will put him 3rd in that class, just ahead of Mike Berrier. And that is the replay of Pieter Joubert making the move there on Dr. Mike Berrier. So Peter moving up into 3rd in the Masters, and Mike dropping down into 4th. There we go with Luke Lucchesi sitting 4th overall, and he's the man that is leading the Masters. And we jump right back to the man that sits out there in P1 Durant Motorsports, Byron Mitchell, 4.2 seconds ahead of his teammate. Teammate not in the same car, but for the same team for Durant Motorsport. That is Julian Familiaris. So this is exactly what Team Durant Motorsport wants. They want a 1-2 across the line, overall and in class. That is exactly what Garth de Villiers and the rest of the Durant Motorsport outfit would want. And at this point in time, this is exactly what they're getting as he comes out of turn 14, the last corner. Does Byron Mitchell working his way down the main straight into that 90-degree right-hander that is at turn number 1. And there, just behind him, 4.3 seconds behind him, you see Julian Familiaris. Willem Pienaar, as a matter of interest, is there in pit lane. And he is in for a stop as well. As a matter of fact, everybody else has made 1 stop except Prius has been in for 2. Willem Pienaar is now also making his way into the pits as Byron Mitchell works his way around, and he's making his way into that left-hander. It's a very sharp left-hander which will take him into Henry Downs. That's the part of the track that's known as Henry Downs, and then from there he'll work his way up the straight into that very sharp, difficult left-hander, Gary, which will take him into the carousel.
Yep, tell you what, he's doing a brilliant job out there at this stage of the fight. He's Byron Mitchell, there's no doubt about it. So talking about Durant Motorsport, there's a man that is the mathematician, the brains, I almost said the electrician. He's in fact the man that works out all the finer detail, the engineer behind it all, Garth de Villiers. Garth, good afternoon to you.
Hi Gary, hi Frankie, hi all your viewers.
Well, so far so good. We've got Byron out there with Julian in there behind him. The 2 Durant Motorsport cars running 1st and 2nd overall. Initially, Luke King managed to pull one over you guys, but Byron just put the pressure on. He worked his way past. He started pulling away. Julian immediately went on to the back bumper of Luke King, pressurized him while Byron was getting away, got past. Now they've up-dusted and disappeared. Was this the way you had hoped that it would be, or did Luke King initially put a bit of a spanner in the works for the Durant Motorsport teams?
No, this is pretty much what we were expecting. We put all our effort into race pace. We weren't too concerned about the qualifying. We were hoping to maybe use the front runners a little bit to save fuel in the beginning and get the fuel saving out of the way. But the pace came quite quickly, so before we got to the 7th lap, we were already on pace, and it was time to start building a gap. We let Byron go up front. He's got the pace at the moment, so Julian swapped with Byron and we let Byron attack first. Once Byron had attacked him, I think he had already cooked his tyres a little bit trying to defend on Byron, and Julian get by quite easily. And now we push it down and we're trying to build the gap.
Without giving too much away, and I know that your success is very much based on the technical data analyzing that goes on in the background, both cars are on a similar strategy, or shall we not discuss that at this point? Because I'm sure the Luke King followers and supporters and management are keeping tabs on what we're doing on the 5 different platforms we're going out live.
Yeah, at the moment we've got strategy options open to us. We can switch the cars still within a window that put the cars with different strategies. But yeah, it's all open at the moment. We're sitting good. We building a gap, pulling away from the field, except for Luke. Luke's matching up pace. So there's no need to do anything spectacular at the moment. We'll just run it out and see how the fuel works out.
There we go. Thanks very much, Garth de Villiers. And frankly, it's become pretty evident in the 6-hour events which have been aired so far to date in South Africa that Durant Motorsport have gone about it very clinically and are becoming the team to beat at this stage of the fight.
Definitely. They've got all the right drivers that is in the team. They've got Mitchell and they've got Familiaris, and then they've got drivers like Jason Kutsia, just to name 3 of them. And Umpi Swat, as a matter of fact, those are 4 of the very best that you're going to get out there. And Durant Motorsport does have drivers of that caliber that is there in their team. So clearly they obviously would be the team that's setting the benchmark, and the team that they would like to beat. All the other teams want to beat Durant Motorsport, as we watch Familiaris busy making his way now through the carousel, and then from there he'll make his way into what they call Kettle Bottoms, and then through Kettle Bottoms towards Canada Corner. Luke King sitting out there in that 3rd position, and King is 2.5 seconds behind Familiaris, and he's now making his way through Canada Corner, then dropping down the area that they call Thunder Valley into Bull Mitchell Bend, and then from there you'll go into turn 14, which is the final corner at the Road America. That's turn 14 he's going through now. There's the pits on his right hand side as he climbs up the hill that is the main straight.
Well, let's just have a look visually. If you look at the track map, you'll see the green dot. That's the car that's on screen. That's Luke King, 3rd in class, 3rd overall. If we drop one down, have a look where that green dot goes to. That's going to be where Luke Lucchesi is. There is Luke Lucchesi. You can see the green dot as he goes past the start finish line, and there is Luke King. That is a little bit further forward. There he is there. So that is the difference between 3rd in one class and 1st in the next class. Knowing that Luke Lucchesi is doing a lift and coast, that is probably the main reason why he's not up there with Byron Julian and Luke King. But a brilliant job being done by Luke King. Having spoken to Garth de Villiers, seeing that Luke King is holding on to within 3 seconds of Julian Familiaris. Byron has got the pace, as was confirmed by Team Durant's head honcho, Garth de Villiers, and that's why Julian and Byron swapped around. Said, Byron, you keep on trucking and see what ground you can make up. He's taken just on 5 seconds out of Julian Familiaris, but Julian not managing to get away from Luke King. Let's have a look then at Luke Lucchesi, and let's have a look at it from a class point of view. Luke Lucchesi has now taken 26 seconds out of the man that's 2nd in class, that being Jan Spammers. If we look at the pit stops to date, you'll see that there's no difference there in the pit stops in everybody, barring, as Frankie said, Willem Pina. But remember, Willem Pina was involved with the crash earlier on, and in fact, let's have a look at Willem Pina. He's been involved in another situation thereafter. That's the 111 car. Hard on the brakes, turns it in nice and tight, touches on the grass, and does a very good recovery to not lose out on too much time and get that one going again. So Willem Pina not having a great session at this stage of the fight. He finds himself 1 minute further back. But now keep in mind that Jan Engelbrecht, the man that's on screen right now, that man had an incident earlier on. He had to go into the pits. He drove into a already happening situation in front of him, and he had nowhere to go, and that dropped him down. He's actually done some pretty serious recovery if you take away the pit stops and you look at the last lap times that have been done out there. You'll see Jan Engelbrecht on a 153.5, a 152 from Mike Berrier. That's 14 seconds further up the road. Problem is, Mike's just been involved with a off circuit. let's see how much time he actually lost with that one. That's the 8 the Ricobalo Racing and the 8-ball 24/7 car. So nice rims, very similar to what's in my racing car. Love those rims. Just those probably 20-inch wheels opposed to the 15s which we run. So Mike had that little bit of an off. So that just shows that Mike's pushing pretty hard out there to be able to stay ahead of the hard-charging Johan Engelbrecht. Luke Lucchese at the front end of the field, lying 4th overall at this stage of the fight. And you can see the last lap he did was a 151.8. And remember, that is with lift and coast to try and make up an extra pit stop. Byron Mitchell, Jules Miliaris, Luke King, Raymond Duggan, everybody in a 1 minute 58 ranking. Nothing much in the elite class at this stage of the fight as we pull up Byron Mitchell on screen.
Yeah, they're all doing 151s. Byron is the quickest man out there in the 151s. He's doing very low 151s, 151.2, so is Familiaris. So they're all low to high 151s from Mitchell, Familiaris, King, and Duggan. Everybody else is doing 152s except Ganneman Prius is on a 153.3. So Byron Mitchell sitting out there in P1 for Durant Motorsport. And he's doing pretty well out there. He's 5.2 seconds ahead there of that man for Durant Motorsport, namely Julian Familiaris. And his last lap was a 151.344 was Julian. Then in third position, we've got Luke King. Luke King is 2.6 seconds behind Familiaris. That is the man that you see there on screen for Durant Motorsport. And then sitting 4th overall, as we keep an eye there on Luke King coming through, 2.7 seconds behind Julian. Then 4th overall is Raymond Duggan. Now Raymond sits 4th overall in class, but he is 34 seconds behind King, keeping in mind that he does have a master that is between himself and King, and that would be Luke Lucchese. So he is 34 seconds behind Luke King. Then we do see Luke Lucchese that sits 4th overall and first in class. Last lap there for him was a 152.016. As a matter of fact, he at this point in time is the quickest driver of all those that are in the 152s. There is Jan Spammers. Jan Spammers in that 000 for Team Heap Together. And Jan Spammers is second in the Masters category. And then we've got the Dr. Mike Vera out there. That's a replay of the doc. And I think he just got it wrong, or maybe some track limits, and then nails the wall on his right-hand side. Not too much damage there for that LMP2 Dallara. So back with Jan Spammers. And Jan is second in the Masters as he comes out of turn number 14, making his way up the main straight towards the 90-degree right-hander. That is turn number 1. Jan Spammers for Team Heap Together Links out there in that 000, and he did a 152.018. That is his last lap. Then Mario Kowos is another driver that's sitting 5th in the elite category. We'll have a look at the Mario Kowos now in car number 7, and he's 21.3 seconds behind the man that you see in shot there, namely Jan Spammers. So if we have a look at the pit strategy, all of these guys went in 19 to 20 minutes into the that's the
length of the stint.
Stint length. That's right.
See Lucchese that managed to eke out, as we heard from Captain Peter van der Spey, with that lift and coast towards the end of the straights. Luke Lucchese going just that little bit longer. Being 20 odd laps, that means we're about 7 laps away from the next set of pit stops at this stage of the fight. So I think we're going to take a short break, and just before they go into those probably around about lap 40, you'll probably find that is where they're going to start with the second round of pit stops, and we're going to join you before that. Well, folks, we're back with you again, and 20 or 35 laps, 1 hour 4 into it. For those of you that missed out on the beginning of this race, Byron Mitchell from Junior Familiaris from Luke King initially beating out on the Durand Motorsport boys, irrespective of where they were time-wise. He eventually got passed by Junior Familiaris, then by Byron Mitchell. Byron then went past June. He had the better pace. He's taken 6 seconds out of Junior Familiaris. Luke King, that's now closed up onto the back of Junior Familiaris. But interesting stuff. I've got Troy Dolenchik on the line. Troy, good day to you.
How's it going?
And what I can tell you, folks, is Troy Dolenchik headed up the practice session last night, and he's one of the quickest out there. And he is, in fact, the teammate of Luke King. So, up on screen, guys, you're going to, let's just bring Luke King up on this one. There is Luke King is in there behind Junior Familiaris by 0.5 of a second. But his teammate is going to be going up in 2.5 laps. Troy, good day to you. What's the plan going forward? How do you take on Durand Motorsport?
Okay, so, we only, it was a short notice that we're doing this race. Myself, both, it's just going to be something to do for fun. But our goal is really just to stay up in the top 3 and just see what we can get out of it. But yeah, we're just going to do this race for fun and see where it puts us out at the end. Obviously, it's a very long race, so it's usually only one towards the end, especially with the strategies. But yeah, that's the main aim of the race.
Being one of the fastest out there yourself, Luke King and Luke Lucchese, Luke's doing a brilliant job right now. In fact, if you look on your screen, he's just 0.3 of a second behind Julian Familiaris. A lap and a half from now, you climbing into the car. Are you intending to try and take that one past Julian and go and fetch Byron?
Yeah, that's always the goal. Every time I race, we want to win, obviously. But yeah, like I said, it's a lot more fun. Yeah, like I said, I'm just going to try and see where we can get the car. If we can make a move, we're going to make a move. It's simple as that. Yeah.
Excellent. There you can see just going to be completing a lap. Luke King, as he goes through turn 5, we're going to say cheers to Troy Dolenchik. He's going to have to be getting himself suited up, gloved up, and good to go, because the next time that car comes around, they'll probably be diving into the pits, and then it's going to be Troy Dolenchik is going to take on the Durand Motorsport car of Junior Familiaris. Probably find they're going to pit on the same lap. Troy, are you going to pit when you need to, or are you going to react to Julian?
At this stage, we haven't even thought that far. When there's no food in the car, that's when we're going to pit.
Awesome stuff. Thanks, Troy. Good luck out there. Speak to you later. Well, there we go. The voice of Troy Dolenchik from down here in Cape Town. And he's going to be climbing into that motor car pretty soon from now. Let's just check. Is he going to go in this lap, or will it be the next lap? No, it's going to be the next lap. So literally 1 minute 51 from now, that car's going to go in. As he says, they are going to, when it runs out of fuel, that is when they are going to be bringing that car in and take it from there.
Right, so that was Troy Dolenchik that we just had a chat to. And Luke King, as a matter of fact, as Gary was saying earlier on, is only 0.6 of a second in there behind Familiaris. So these guys were fighting out for a track position. And as a matter of interest, we were watching something earlier on when we were on our break that the 88, the 7 and the 22 car was fighting up there for a track position. As a matter of fact, the 22 car's now changed driver. Peter Hubert is handed over to Swiss Hubert, and the 69 car's also changed driver. It's now Doug Gerber that is in that motor car as well. So yes, the guys are now beginning to change drivers, with the Swiss Hubert in the 22 and Doug Gerber that is there in the 69. As a matter of fact, the number 8 car of Mike Verrier, he's now handed over to Stephen McCarthy. So the guys are now beginning to change drivers as well. An hour and 10 minutes into this one, or almost an hour and 10 minutes into the 6-hour stint, brought to you by Zambezi Truck Center, as we still watch this lovely fight out there between Familiaris and Luke King. And Johan Engelbrecht is the man that Familiaris and King are going to put a lap on So Luke King and Julian Familiaris, as a matter of fact, and into the pits comes Luke King. So this is the pit stop that Luke King will hand that car over to Troy Dolenchek.
Yep, pretty much as expected. I said to him when we did the interview with him, are you following Julian or are you going to go in when you need to? He says, when it runs out of juice, that's when I climb in, and that's when we go one-on-one with the Durant Motorsport duo of Byron Mitchell and Julian Familiaris. Having just climbed out of the car, Dr. Mike Verrier, 8-Ball 24/7, he's handed his car over in a very decent position that he was lying. He's at 2 off circuits, but that's just from pushing so hard. Mike, good afternoon to you. How do you feel after that initial session?
Hey Gary, thanks for having me. I'm disappointed myself. The first stint was perfect. But then the second stint, I wasn't quite sure what was going to happen with the tyres. But the front left goes off quite bad. And I made a mistake. Turn 1, just understeered, and I went on the grass and damaged a bit. So it's not the end of the world, but that tyre's down to 43% now sore. So it just means that in that second stint on these tyres on the hot track, one needs to take it a bit slower on the right handers. Other than that, it was fun. So unfortunately, I handed over the car in last place. But that's fine. It's still needs to go. Steve died in a triple stint because my power is going off and he's got a generator. So now he's just in the car stint. So let's see where we are at the end of that.
Wow, well, I tell you what, Eskom has made life very, very difficult for us initially. There's no doubt about that. And with Steve now going out on track, well, as you say, he's going to do a double stint out there. I think you might find some of the guys doing a triple stint. From what you can see, tyre wear, is a triple stinter on one set of tyres possible, or is that stretching the envelope too far?
No, it's possible. But the tyres front and right are not a good distance on those, but the front left is challenging. So what some of the guys may end up distance and then just change the front left. I don't know if they're going to try that. That's definitely a possibility. I think we're just going to be conservative and change all 4 tyres after the second stint.
Awesome stuff. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, enjoy the lights off. I hope the wives have heated up the lunch already. And we will get back to you later on. 1 hour, 12, 39 laps into it. Byron Mitchell leading out from Julian Familiaris. The Durant Motorsport guys are going to come under pressure in the not too distant future. Atti Nagel has now got himself one position up. Because remember, Troy has now taken over that car and he's now 16 seconds behind Atti Nagel. His first lap out there, coming out of the pits at 2:02, which is a lot slower than what he will be once he gets up to pace. Now, Frankie, having watched the the practice session last night, it was in fact the likes of Troy Dolenchek, Luke Lucchese, and Luke King were the 3 quickest out there. And with Troy now getting in behind the steering wheel, you'll see there he's now got himself right up onto the back of Atti Nagel. And there he goes past Atti. Atti's gone into the pit lane, so Troy recovers that position 1 minute 29 as Byron Mitchell goes into the pits. So that is the first of the Durant Motorsport cars going in. What happens to Julian Familiaris? Julian following him through as well. Now the next man coming through is going to be Luke Lucchese. But look where Luke Lucchese is, that green dot on the track map on the right-hand side. That's where Luke Lucchese is. And if we go to the overall in the race, you can see there the top 2 are in the pit lane. Luke Lucchese, what is he going to do this time around? He's been in the pits already. Let's see how many pit stops have been done. You can look at the pit time, the pit lap. When was it that they were in? And Luke Lucchese was in on a lap 20. So Luke Lucchese will now go to the front end of the field, but he's still got to do a pit stop.
Yeah, quite a few drivers have actually gone in and have changed driver. There's a whole heap of them that has changed drivers. As a matter of fact, Familiaris is in the pit lane, and so is Byron Mitchell. The question is, will they change drivers? Well, Julian and Troy, I don't think so. I think they might just come out again for another stint. But this has dropped them into second and third position. They're still sitting P1 and 2 in class, but they are third and fourth at this point in time. Sorry, second and third on the track. But Luke Lucchese is a man that's sitting out there in a P1 as we have a look at the Troy Dolacek making his way around there, sitting in that fourth position. So Familiaris is making his way back out the pit. So there was no driver change there for Julian Familiaris. He came in, did what he needed to do, and back out on the circuit again. And I believe that Byron Mitchell will probably do exactly the same thing. As a matter of fact, I'm almost certain that Garth de Villiers is having a chat there to his Durant Motorsport drivers to say, guys, let's just keep it the way it is at this point in time. We're doing pretty well. Luke Lucchese must still come and do his pit stop. Then we will get that first and second back again. There's Dolacek sitting fourth overall and third in class, 4.9 seconds behind Familiaris. For Dotsoft Racing is Troy Dolacek. And this young man will certainly get the hammer down and go after Familiaris. So Luke Lucchese making his way down the main straight. He's not going to pit stop quite yet. Janeman Prius is in the pit lane as well. And he's made a few pit stops. He's had a bit of a problem out there. He's the only driver so far that will have made 3 pit stops when he does come out. So Janeman Prius in the pits as we still watch the man that sits out there in a P1. And that is leading class and leading overall is Luke Lucchese. Sits out there in P1 and he sits first in the Masters category for Team Pantera Racing is Luke Lucchese. So we'll have a look and see when Prius comes out. Will he be in that car again or will he have made a driver change? At this point in time, Mitchell and Familiaris have been in and out. They've not made a driver change. Attinagel's been in and out, and he has not made a driver change. Willem Pino has not made a driver change neither. Janeman Prius is still in the pit, so we'll have a look and see if he makes a driver change. As Luke Lucchese still busy working his way around. As a matter of fact, he's making his way now out of the carousel and working his way down the Kettle Bottoms towards the Canada corner. Makes his way into Canada corner now. That's a little right-hander you see there on the right-hand side of the track map. Gets that car squirming underneath him, working his way down Thunder Valley and down Bull Mitchell Bend. And that will take him into turn 14. That will be the final corner he goes through now. As he now eventually dives into pit lane. Now, will he come back out again or will he hand this car over to Peter van der Spey? We'll see soon.
Well, the idea was for him to build up a gap in terms of class. And remember, it's Zak Costa that's in that second position. And if you look at the pit stop strategy, you can see Luke Lucchese obviously lift and coast as he's managed to eke out more laps than anybody else. As when we spoke to Captain Peter van der Spey, where he said, let's go first of all for the class victory, then we will look at the overall results. So having done 1 hour 18, I wouldn't be surprised if Luke goes out and does another stint. But then again, as we had a chat earlier on with the doc himself, as he said, electricity is going off. My teammate's got to do a triple stint out there to be able to keep that car out on circuit. And Stephen McCarthy, that's in 6th overall in class. So Byron Mitchell has gone past Luke Lucchese. There's Julian Familiaris that goes past him as well. The next one up will be Troy Dolacek. There's Luke Lucchese that's there, and that's Troy Dolacek that's just gone past him into turn number 1. So Luke Lucchese is going to find himself, the next man that's going to be coming up towards him is going to be a Corne Breed. But Corne Breed's a long, long way back. There you see the green dot on the right-hand side of your screen. That is Corne Breed. And if we go back to Luke Lucchese, there's Lucchese going out of turn number 2. So that's the distance between them. Now, Byron Mitchell, Julian Familiaris going for a triple stint. We didn't get to see how long they were actually in. So let's have a look at the pit time that they were in. And, well, yeah, you can see 58 seconds as opposed to the 34. Frankly, that normally to us indicates tire change. So double stint on tires for Byron Mitchell and Julian Familiaris. Troy Dolenchik also now climbing in the car with a clean set of tires. Luke Lucchese has already done a additional stint on those tires. If anybody can do an additional stint, it's Luke Lucchese. So when Luke comes in, he's going to be in for not a 34 a second stop. It's going to be a 55 point odd for Luke Lucchese, which is going to then take them a little bit further down the pecking order, but still doing a brilliant job. If we look at the last laps out there in terms of the guys up front, Byron Mitchell a 50.8, a 51.2, so slightly slower lap by Julian. Probably find there was a bit of traffic on that lap. Here we go, 151.206 by Byron Mitchell. Let's have a look at Julian as Julian's going to go across the line. What does he put up? A 150.8, so that's a pretty decent time. Troy Dolenchik a 151.0. So at the moment, Troy Dolenchik not on the last lap, been able to close up on Byron. But frankly, having said that, Byron has done a whole bunch of laps. In fact, 43 laps. Troy's just getting into the swing of things, and I don't think it's going to be long. 2 tenths, nothing much in a daytime racing. Remember, we're going to be going into the night probably as well. They did a nighttime practice last night, excuse the pun. So it's also a case of who can be quick out there in the dark. So the big thing now, Troy on Julian, let's keep an eye on those lap times.
Yes, watching out that, as you say, Troy on Julian. As a matter of fact, his last lap was a 151.0. Julian was a 150.8, so Familiaris quicker out there than Dolenchik. But we'll watch that interval gap between Familiaris and Dolenchik. And it is 4.2 seconds between Julian and Troy at this point in time. Luke Lucchese, well, he came in and he came out again, so he's doing another stint. He hasn't handed that car over to Peter van der Spy yet. So our own Maverick, Captain Pete, will have to wait a bit longer until Luke Lucchese hands that car over to him. Then Jaco Forster in the 000 car, racing out there in the Masters category, is Jaco Forster, and he took over that car from Jan Sparmers. And that is Jaco Forster that is out there in the Masters. And with the team heaped together links, is Jaco Forster sitting 47.5 seconds on track behind the leading master, which is Luke Lucchese. Sway Schubert sits third in the Masters in that 22 car. He took over there from Peter Hubert, so they are out in that third place in class. 24.3 seconds. He is on track behind Jaco Forster in the Team Hubert Racing Masters. Is that the 22 LMP2 Dallara of Sway Schubert. And then, as a matter of interest, the 99 car that was campaigned by Johan Engelbrecht, he has handed that car over to Paul Rackstraw, and Paul has done a PB of a 151.487. We'll have a look at Paul now out there in that 99 car. We're still watching Sway Schubert make his way around. There is the Gazoo Racing outfit, the 99 car that's being campaigned by Johan Engelbrecht, and the man that's now behind the wheel of that car, Paul Rackstraw, and they are sitting fourth in the Masters category. Fifth in that category is Willem Pina. Now, Willem made a pit stop and did not hand that car over to anybody yet. So Willem Pina is 16 seconds behind Rackstraw and sitting fifth in class in that 111 LMP2. And then sixth in the Masters category is the number 8 car of Steve McCarthy. He's 18 seconds behind Willem Pina, and McCarthy took that car over from Mike Verrier.
So, interesting stuff that's happening out there so far, and well, everything we hoped for, expected, and more, to be very honest with you. And we've got another man that's going to get an opportunity to go out on circuit in the not too distant future, the winner of the Second Gear Talk Show Commentators Competition, Stephen Koenig. Stephen, good day to you.
Hello, and how's everyone out in the virtual land?
So, Stephen, you're going to be out there just now. Who's your teammate, and how's it looking for you?
So, I'm with Yanaman Perez in the Team Heat Together LMP2 I'm excited. It's all looking good. We had a little bit of incident at the beginning of the race. We got caught up accident our right hand suspension, so we were unable to turn right. So we became a NASCAR essentially. Had to cause nerves there, but we've been looking at the tire degradation, talking to our sister team as well, Team Heat Together Link, working out tire degradation plans between the two cars, and just to try and get everyone to the top and keep going. Each have their own mission. Obviously for the Masters class with Team Heat Together Link, they're looking to go for the win in their class. For us, we're going after Team Try Hard Racing because we beat them in the international scene. We can't let them beat us here.
Well, probably a pretty close battle because at this stage only a second, just over a second between your man Janneman Freers and Dou Gerber. They out on track at the moment now, going through turn number 3. So nothing much between the two at all. Once you can or hopefully get past Dou, a bit of a gap then of 44 seconds to the back of Stephen Duplessis. With the way that you've got the pit stops lined up now, do you think it's a possibility that you guys can close down on Stephen?
I think it is a possibility. Janneman is a lot harder on the tyres firstly, and based on our testing that we've done, we've had vary between double stinting tyres. I mean, I got to the point of quadrupling tyres, which was a bit of a fun one. Hoping to try and do what we can to eliminate as many pits as possible during my stint, and allow Janneman to do what he does best, and that's go out to win. He's a lot good for me, so the main goal is he's the shotgun. I just go in to make sure we don't see the pit lane too often.
Excellent. Well, prepared to have a look then at a third stint on a set of tyres. Nobody's really prepared to have a go at it at this stage of the fight. They're not too sure. They're all watching the track temperatures and to look to see what it's going to get like later on. How does the night session affect your strategies?
Night session's a lot cooler, so we find it actually a lot better. A lot of drivers do not like night racing. I found since my recent upgrade, I'm able to race a lot better at night. So we keep doing the same sort of strategy of trying to keep it all together. The main thing is just to finish the 6 hour at this point. Utilizing the different software, we keep an eye on the weather, we're keeping an eye on the grid, we're keeping an eye on as many aspects as possible to make sure we can also where possible and also to help us up the car, because we've got to concentrate on there's more than just one team that's racing. There's 2 teams that are going for it, and we want to bring both cars home with the honours.
Well, talking about bringing it home with honours, it's looking very, very good right now as we go on board with your teammate Janneman Freers. 0.2 of a second, that is the gap between the two of them. Utterly brilliant stuff. As we say goodbye to Stephen, and we're going to take a short break and come back to you not too far from now. We will set it up that, oopsie, Janneman Freers almost upset Stephen Koenig. He got it completely sideways as he came out of the corner, got very, very close to his teammate. I've got Stephen on the camera and see he's just sweating it out there because a bit of a gap now, Frankie, just over a second between Janneman Freers and Dou Gerber as he recovered from that one pretty well.
Yeah, they're busy making their way up the main straight now. It's just under a second, 9/10 of a second separating Gerber and Freers as they work their way out of turn number 1 and race up the hill through that little kink and then into turn 2. They call it turn 3. But we're back there with race leader Byron Mitchell. Mitchell is making his way now through Kettle Bottoms towards a Canada corner out there in that number 12, Durant Motorsport LMP2 Delara, and busy working his way now through Thunder Valley and into the Bull Mitchell Bend, which is the second last corner. It's more of a kink, that Bull Mitchell Bend, which takes him into the final corner, and Byron Mitchell will make his way up the hill. That is the main straight, taking his way towards, or making his way towards turn number 1. But he is 8.7 seconds ahead of Familiaris, that is in that second position, and he's done a last lap of a 151.229. And have a look at Dollarcheck. Troy Dollarcheck, as we watch Byron Mitchell, Troy Dollarcheck is busy closing up on Julian Familiaris. Troy was faster than Julian on the last lap, was Troy, and is now only 2.8 seconds behind Familiaris. So Julian, that's in that second place as we're still watching Byron Mitchell, is closing up heavily there on Familiaris. So there will be nothing. There you see him in the background as you have a look at Familiaris go through. It's now 2.6 seconds. The last lap for Dollarcheck was a lot quicker than what Familiaris was, and he is now closing hand over fist, that gap there between himself and the man ahead of him that you are seeing on screen there, Julian Familiaris. There is Dollarcheck for Dotsoft Racing, sitting out there third overall, third in class, 2.6 seconds behind Familiaris, and there is nothing between them. And if this keeps on like this, well, Troy did say when Gary had the interview with him that they are going for gold, they're going for broke, and he can visually see the Durant Motorsport Familiaris car out there ahead of him as we ride with him. That is the call it the bonnet view, because the engine don't sit there, the engine sits at the back of the car, but we'll call it the bonnet view of the Dotsoft Racing LMP2 Dallara of Troy Dollarcheck. And Troy is visually closing on the car in front of him that you see going up the hill there, and that is Julian Familiaris. 2.4 seconds between Julian and Troy as they work their way into turn number 1, that right-handed 90 degrees.
Well, we're going to take a break. And Frankie, a big thanks to our main sponsor of today's racing.
Yes, a big thanks to Zambezi Bucky Center, and also big thanks to Second Gear Talk Show and Second Gear Productions.
All right, folks, we're back with you again, and yeah, let's have a closer look at what's happening out there on the circuit. And Troy Dolenchik, something's gone wrong, because the shot of Troy Dolenchik shows out, which means he's probably got connectivity problems, which could be linked to our fine fettled friends that supply electricity to this country. So let's hope that that is not a total disaster for them whatsoever. So let's have a look at how it stands right now. Let's have a look at the overall. I think that's actually going to be a better reproduction of where we're at. So, Durand Motorsports, Byron Mitchell, he's the man that's leading them out. And then his teammate, just 9 seconds further back, we see if we can get him in the same shot. There he is. That is Julian Familiaris. So, all things being equal, if you look at the screen on the right-hand side, you see that green dot. That's Julian Familiaris as he works his way around the corner and down the straight. That is exactly where he is. So, how much further back then is Luke Lucchese on circuit? Keep an eye on the track map on the right-hand side. There you'll see it's about 40% of a lap further back is Luke Lucchese, but he is the leading car in class right now. And, well, this is the third stint that he's out on already. 53 laps, 1 hour 40, around about 20 to 21 laps. These LMP2 cars can go on a tank of fuel. For those of you that have joined us a little bit late and didn't see and hear the initial interviews which we had done, in there behind Luke Lucchese is Corne Breert. So he is lying third in class, is Corne Breert, and that is after a driver change, Frankie.
Well, I'm looking at the leaderboard, and car number 1 that was driven by Luke Lucchese, he's handed that car back over to Luke King. So Luke King back in the car, which means that Lucchese is, well, not Lucchese, Dolenchik is not in that car anymore. And he, while we had our break, was 0.3 of a second behind Julian Familiaris, and all of a sudden it showed Troy Dolenchik out. And Dolenchik is not in that car anymore. Luke King is there. I cannot possibly believe it. That is a driver change. I got a funny feeling, Gary, that the electricity is the reason why Luke King is back in that motor car and Dolenchik is out the car. I think they might just have either he's got a connectivity problem or he's got an ESCOM problem, if I can put it that way.
I think it's an ESCOM problem.
Yes.
If I look at my screen where I've got the telemetry from SDK, with numerous other programs that's added onto that. Big thanks to Jakob Stein for adding on all the additional programs. We saw Luke Lucchese in his, Troy Dolenchik in his position. Then Frankie picked up that it said Troy Dolenchik out. When I looked on my telemetry, I could then see that he was still in the race. Well, he was being noted by SDK, but he was dropping down the leaderboard. Nowhere did it show an incident on my incident reports whatsoever, but it then did show a little bit later Luke King jumped to pits, which would then indicate that, oh, there's a beautiful passing maneuver, the 5 on the 71, and that takes Corne Breert ahead there of Janeman Prius. So Luke King then must have then done a cleanup, pulled Troy out of the car, pulled the car back into the pits, jumped into it, and got back out on circuit. Now that's turned everything completely upside down, because Troy Dolenchik alongside Luke Lucchese and Luke King is the 3 quickest for the practice sessions which we've had in the run-up to the 6 hour as such. So probably you'll find electricity that went down, and a saving job there by Luke King. Having said that, if Luke King, Frankie, wants to move up the leaderboard, they find themselves in a 4th position at the moment. It's a 13-second gap to Ati Nagel. So let's look at the latest lap times that's been done there by Luke King. Well, Luke King, I think he's slightly upset. He's just put the fastest lap time of all in there, and that 2.2 seconds quicker than Ati Nagel. So can Luke King close down on Ati Nagel? Oh, hell yes.
Now, that's Corne Breert we're looking at now, but yes, I do agree with you. He's done a 150.026 is Luke King. there we eventually see Luke King in the Dotsoft Racing motor car. But yeah, he's 12.9 seconds behind Atti Nagel, and that's taken them completely out of the equation for a possible top 3 in class, because the 12 and the 9 car are still sitting out there in P1, and then they have got the 5 car that's third, the fourth is the 88 car, and only then are they in the 1 car 5th overall in the elite category. So it's a lot of work now for Luke King to try and make his way back into a possible top 3, as Sway Schubert and Paul Rackstraw have made their way into pit lane.
Okay, that in fact is a error on the system. It is in fact the Andy Rackstraw that has climbed into that motorcar. So there where you see 4th overall in the pit lane, that is in fact Andy Rackstraw. We got that confirmation from Mike Berrier that that is the way that one is actually at. So Luke Lucchese, having now triple stinted, finds himself the leader in the class, and he's got himself a 35-second gap there on Jaco Forster. At this stage of the fight, he'll be pretty chuffed with that. It's pretty much what he set out to do. But Jaco Forster, no slouch out there whatsoever. If you look at the last lap times that they have done, let's look at the last laps. You'll see a Jaco Forster 151.6, a 152.8. So in fact, starting to close down on Luke Lucchese. But if we have a look at the pit times, I think you're probably going to find that you've got a non-tire change for Luke Lucchese. Yep, there you see 34 seconds. So that's proof that a triple stinter is not necessarily the answer, because that is the 3rd stint now being done by Luke Lucchese. Jaco Forster on the newer rubber. So with the newer rubber, the last lap time that you see there between them, Jaco Forster on a 151.6, a 152.8 by the man on screen, that's Luke Lucchese. But even if you're closing down 1.5 and 2 seconds a lap to do 34 seconds, frankly, that's going to take you around about 15 laps, and there's only about 20 laps between pit stops. So maybe not a bad call for the 3rd round for that man Luke Lucchese on the same set of tires.
Yeah, well, he knows how to look after tires. He can certainly nurse his tires better than a lot of other drivers can, and he also needs to look after those tires and literally go for fuel only, so that he can build up a big buffer between himself and Jaco Forster. At this point in time, there's 34.2 seconds between the two of them, as Corne Breed makes his way into a pit lane in the number 5 car, putting out a 3rd position in the elite, and Jaco Forster in the Masters comes in, and that's a guy that I was just talking about now. The 2 car wants a decent lead on the 000, and that's the reason why he's looking after the tires is Luke Lucchese, so that when he does hand over to Peter van der Spy, they've got a decent buffer between themselves and the 000 car that of course is in class. But as we are talking about that, Luke Forster does make his way into the pit area, and will he just do the necessary and come back out again, or will he hand the car back over to Jan Spammers, as Byron Mitchell does a 149 odd. That is the quickest out there, the fastest lap, a 149 there by Byron Mitchell, and the Durant Motorsport guys are really applying the pressure. So Jaco Forster did the necessary and comes back out again. He did not hand that car back over to Jan Spammers, and Jaco Forster with Team Heap Together Links making his way back out. And then Luke Lucchese, the quickest time in the Masters, a 158.39.
So the only person to then break the barrier of the 150s, as you said, Byron Mitchell, a 149.893. So that just shows you with the new tires also made quite a big difference there, no doubt about it. So that is the man that's supposed to be fastest lap time. He finds himself 11 seconds ahead of his teammate Julian Familiaris. Then a little bit of a distance further back is that man Luke Lucchese. He's first in class and third overall. Behind that, in fourth position, is Atti Nagel. Atti's done his level best to try and hold on to the Durand Motorsport cars, but they're slowly but surely getting away from him. Not far behind that, the recovery of this man, Luke King, with Kurt Dolenchik having dropped off the screen completely, and you'll probably find when Eskom allows him renewed access, you're going to find that young man's going to be out there and pumping hard. Corne Breed, just a little bit further back.
Sorry, Gary, Byron Mitchell is in pit lane. Byron Mitchell is in pit lane. Sorry to jump over you there, and so is Julian Familiaris as well. So, could we see these two hand over these two cars to two other drivers right now? They've done 1 hour and 50 minutes, nearly 2 hours has Mitchell and Familiaris done, and now the two of them are making their way into the pit area for routine pit stops, and we'll have a look and see if Byron does hand over the car and if Julian hands over his car as well.
Surely they would do that, seeing they've been running for 1 hour 50 at this stage of the fight. So what happens now with Atti Nagel? Let's have a look, see where is Atti Nagel. Well, he's a long way back, 1 minute 57 seconds, and no matter what happens with Julian and Byron, excluding driver change, excluding tire change, Atti Nagel too far back. If you look on the track map on the right hand side, that green dot, that is where he is, and he's more than just about a half a lap behind the two cars that's in the pit at the moment now. So Atti Nagel not really going to be able to fight against that one whatsoever. Julian Familiaris on his way out already, and there you see Julian Familiaris is on his way down towards turn number 1. Where is Atti Nagel? Look at the map. There he is. So almost a half a lap between the second and third positions as such. Luke Lucchese, the fastest man in his class, he is at the front end of his group, but he is one pit stop short. Remember, we spoke to them earlier on. We said that they're going to lift and coast at the end of the straight and make up a couple of laps extra. Let's have a look and see what the situation looks like in terms of the pit strategies. How much further have they been able to go than everybody else? Well, there you can see how they've stretched it out just a little bit further and a little bit further all the time. The short run was with King, and that was where Dolenchik was all of a sudden not in the car anymore, as we see Atti Nagel now going into the pits and doing a mirror image of what Byron and Julian have done. So Frankie, Byron and Julian going out for a fourth stint.
Yeah, I saw Julian come out and Byron's come out as well. So Atti Nagel is now in that car, and he's going to hand over to Jaco Steyn. Jaco Steyn will climb in that 88 car for Team IRSA Racing Red. So Jaco Steyn is in that 88 car with Atti Nagel, and they will be making their way out of the pit, or he will be making his way out the pit shortly. Jaco Steyn and Atti Nagel, that 88 car sitting in 5th overall in the elite category. Jaco Steyn hasn't been in racing for quite some time due to family issues and problems, a death in the family which he had to sort out. And it's lovely to see Jaco Steyn is back in the racing again, and he shares that 88 car there with Atti Nagel, as Jaco Steyn for IRSA Racing Red makes his way out. As a matter of fact, Janeman Prius is also making his way into the pits, and I'm almost certain that he will hand that car over to Stephen Koenig.
Well, there we see the 99 car of Andy Rackstraw. It's not Paul Rackstraw, so not only is it the incorrect name that they got up onto the screen, they got the incorrect class as well. That is not the correct class for them. They are entered in the incorrect class. So once again, Eskom making things kind of happiness for everybody in that last closing 3/4 of an hour before the race actually started. But Dr. Mike Berrier keeping tabs on everything and keeping us up to date with the latest information. So it's Luke Lucchese that's got one stop less than everybody else, and that is exactly what he was wanting to do. He said he's going to eke out those laps and eke out the pit stops, make that car go one or if possible 2 laps longer than everybody else, and then like that you end up, he's going to go for another lap. So it's worked perfectly. Look at this. Luke Lucchese still leads them out. That is utterly brilliant. Luke Lucchese doing exactly what he wanted to do, get that car to the front end of the class, and then create a bit of a space for the ever consistent teammate, Captain Peter van der Spey, to hold on to that position.
Yeah, remember that Mitchell is now only 0.2 of a second behind Luke Lucchese. He's Byron Mitchell. And here he comes up on the inside. And it's going to be pretty easy for the two of them. They are side by side as they... and into the lead goes Byron Mitchell. Lucchese still leads class, but he's sitting a second overall. And he is now going to be dropped there. Trust me, by Mitchell in that Durant Motorsport number 12 LMP2 Dallara. As a matter of fact, the gap between the two of them is now a second. He is a second ahead there of Luke Lucchese. He is Byron Mitchell as they make their way through the carousel, heading through the carousel now and then towards the Kettle Bottoms. So it is definitely now a gap that's been opened there between Mitchell and Lucchese. 1.2, nearly 1.3 seconds. Byron Mitchell is now pulling away. You can visually see that Mitchell is now pulling further and further away from the man in second position, but still first in class, namely Luke Lucchese.
Undoubtedly, the non-change of tires is now working against him. You can see Lucchese touching the grass here, there, and everywhere, and a triple stint, if we've got it right, on those tires. Surely he will come in now. No, he goes another lap. He is forcing that car another lap. Let's just hope, and I think we must keep the camera on with Lucchese, because knowing that every single other car out there has been in 3 times, he's the only one that hasn't got in 3 times. We do know that he was stretching out the fuel load. The man who's going to take over from him will be Captain Peter van der Spey. And if he can get it through one more lap, remember there's 13 seconds between himself and Julian Familiaris, and then 49 back to Luke King, taking a 54-second stop. That's going to mean that Luke Lucchese will drop into 3rd overall ahead of Luke King, because if you add 49 and 13, it gives you 62 seconds. You'll need about 54 of that with the tire change. It will bring him out 8 seconds ahead of Luke King. But remember, Luke King was in the car, handed over to Troy Dolenchik. Dolenchik disappeared off the system, probably electrical failure in the area where they stay. Luke King back in the seat, waiting for Troy to be able to link up onto the system again. And he's just done a 1 minute 51.224, did Luke King, as we ride on board here with Luke Lucchese. The question being, is he going to come into the pits on the next lap? Surely, Frankie, he's got to come in by now.
Yeah, big thanks to Zambezi Bucky Center. And yeah, we'll have a look and see what Lucchese is going to do, as the gap is getting bigger and bigger now between himself and Byron Mitchell, the man that is out there ahead of him. As a matter of fact, Byron Mitchell has gone and lapped Stephen Koenig and Doug Gerber. And Luke Lucchese must still get his nose ahead of the two of them. First target will be the car you see in front of him there. And that's not going to happen, because Luke Lucchese makes his way into pit lane. Now, will it be another stint for Luke Lucchese, or will he now, 2 hours into this one, hand the car over to Peter van der Spey? We'll have a look and see, because here comes Familiaris making his way through, and it's order restored as far as Team Durant Motorsport is concerned. There comes Luke King. Luke King is out there. He's making his way through Kettle Bottoms towards Canada Corner. I don't think King will get out ahead of the 2 car of Lucchese. But we will have a look and see. He's making his way down Thunder Valley towards Bull Mitchell Bend now, And yes, Lucchese has handed that motor car over to Peter van der Spey. And here comes Luke King. So Luke King might just sneak back up into that third place. As a matter of fact, he will move up into that third place overall and third place in class. There he goes. Into P3 goes Luke King for Dot Soft Racing, as we're now waiting for Team Pantera Racing's Peter van der Spey, Captain Pete, as I said, our own Maverick, to make his way out onto the circuit. He's still standing dead still there in the pit area. That's obviously more than just fuel.
Sure.
That's probably tires as well that they're going to put on that LMP2
Yeah.
Dallara.
There you see 57.1 is
Yes.
the standing time. So must have been a little bit of damage on the motor car as well, because everybody else was doing 54s. That's a 57 second. So that pretty much the way that we expected it was going to be. So with Byron Mitchell and Julian Familiaris leading out in their class, and then for the outcoppies as such, Peter van der Spey just having taken over from his teammate with Jaco Foster in there behind that. That's the top two per class. We're going to take a short break and come back to you soon. Everybody's done 3 stops already. 64 laps and 2 hours into the 6-hour race. And frankly, a big thanks to our sponsors.
Yeah, big thanks to Zambezi Bucky Center for the sponsor of this 6-hour event from Road America at Elkhart Lake in the USA, and then as well to Second Gear Productions.
Well, everything that we expect for, hope for, and more. It's all happening out there. Luke Lucchese, that was leading out the Masters class, made as big a gap as what he possibly could. And he had the Peter van der Spey just sitting, watching, waiting, and saying, all right, you see if you can make up a bit of a gap. I'm going to be as nice and smooth as what I possibly can. And trying to get as big a gap as what he could, but save fuel. And it did work. Saved lots of fuel. And he's moved the pit strategy exactly where he wants it to be. If you have a look at that pit strategy, you'll see there the difference where they have managed to push it further. Look at Foster, where they did their pit stop, and look at Van der Spey, where they did their pit stop. So Luke Lucchese pretty much achieving what he wanted to, although having done that lift and coast, he didn't manage to make up that bigger gap to the flying Jaco Foster. Jaco Foster brilliantly quick out there. Let's have a look at the last lap times. Jaco Foster on a 152.2, Peter van der Spey on a 155.016. So closing literally 2.8 seconds a lap was Jaco Foster. So he is very, very, very quick out there on that 152. He's in fact the fastest of everybody apart from Andy Rackstraw. Now on your screen it shows Paul Rackstraw in the 99. That in fact is not a Masters, it is an elite entry, but they entered it incorrectly with incorrect names as well. Nothing much we can do to change that once it's up on the computer. But it is the Andy Rackstraw that's done the 151. So in terms of the real Masters entries out there, it's Jaco Foster that presently is the fastest of everybody. He's taken that Team Heat Together links 000 entry to the front end of the field. Talking about right at the front end of the field, it's been all about that man out there, Byron Mitchell, and his teammate Julian Familiaris, that's now 14 seconds further back. Byron has had the pace on Julian all along. We had a chat with Jerome Motorsport head honcho, and he said, look, Byron is the quicker of the two at this stage of the fight. Let's let him get on and push on as hard as what he possibly can, and that's exactly what Byron has done. Julian now was on his third stint already. Was it the fourth stint? I think it's the fourth stint already for Julian Familiaris. A little bit further back, Luke King, he did the opening session for his team and handed over to Troy Dolenchik that ran out of electricity. And all that Luke King could do was take over the reins, pull the car back to the pits, put himself in the seat, and get it back out on circuit. That dropped them a long way down. They were in fact all over the back of the Jerome Motorsport entry of Julian Familiaris at that stage of the fight. They managed to drag it back piece for piece, slowly but surely, into that third position, and currently the fastest out there on the last lap, but a long way back. It's +1 at this stage of the fight, so a lot of ground to climb, make up after the unfortunate situation that they found themselves in. Fourth out on circuit and fourth in class, that is Corne Breed. The last lap of 152.2, so pretty much in line with where they need to be to keep the rest of the guys out. Stephen Duplessis on a 52.8, a 55.9 by Jaco Steyn. Dou Gerber on a 55.4 and a 56.8 by Stephen Koenig. He was the man we spoke to earlier on. He's taken over from Janeman Prius, and they are 2 laps down from the leaders at this stage of the fight. Frankie, the one that was interesting you that you were watching while we were off air, Jaco Foster, that's got past Peter van der Spey and putting in blindingly quick lap times, a 151.6. Peter van der Spey on a 53.1, and remember he was doing a 55 on the previous lap when he was stuck in traffic.
Yeah, he's sitting out there first in the Masters category. Then Peter van der Spey, that's now 3.5 seconds behind him. And he is losing a lot of ground there to Jaco Foster. Is Van der Spey. There you see Van der Spey just in the background as the leader of the Masters goes into turn number 1. Now, Peter Hubert is back in the 22 car. He's taken that car over there from Suisse Hubert. And he is 44.6 seconds, make it 45 seconds behind Peter van der Spey in class. Van der Spey still got that buffer of 44.5 seconds as Van der Spey there. Andy Rackstraw is in that third position in class. Of course, Andy Rackstraw in Paul's rig, and he is sharing that 99 car with Johan Engelbrecht. And that is a replay here of Andrew Rackstraw in that 99 car. Lovely to see Andrew Rackstraw out on circuit. He races Formula Libre single-seaters at Killarney and has a lot of fighting and dicing out there with Byron Mitchell, and is also part of the race driver SA team for the Extreme Festival is Andrew Rackstraw. So you might see Paul's name there, but it is indeed Andy that is in that motor car. And as a matter of fact, Byron Mitchell, he is right there behind it. Peter van der Spey. Van der Spey just moves over and allows the overall leader to go through. There is a replay here at the 22 car of Peter Hubert, the Benson and Hedges entry. Let's have a look and see. Yep, touches the dirt, does a swapper, and nails it. Oh, almost got taken out there by the 111 car, or the 111 car almost took himself out there. And that, I think, is still Willem Pina that is behind the wheel of the 111. I don't believe that Pina has made a driver change yet, as Peter Hubert gets himself back facing in the right direction.
Wow, interesting stuff. So let's go back to the front end of the field and let's look at it overall. It's Byron Mitchell for Durant Motorsport. He started this race. He's done 72 laps. It's 2 hours, 15 minutes. Got to be kind of driver fit to be able to do that kind of thing. That's quite a feat. Byron Mitchell 13 seconds ahead of his teammate Durant Motorsport, Julian Familiares. A little bit further down the road, Luke King taking over the reins there from a young Carter from Cape Town.
Troy Dolenchek.
The name eludes me for a moment with my aging brain. And, does that going into the pits? Yes, it is. Luke King goes into the pits. Now you're probably going to find, seeing he did a triple stint, then handed over to Troy. Troy disappeared completely from the electronic planet of Africa. And looks like he's now going to take that car back. And I would not be surprised if it goes now into the hands of the young Cape Townian Carter of Troy Dolenchek.
Well, we'll have a look and see Peter Hubert in the 22 cars also making his way there. You see him making his way down the pit lane. And Peter Hubert sits fourth, or the 22 car, I should say, sits fourth in a class. Luke King. And this is probably a replay of, yes it is, of Peter Hubert making his way into the pit lane in that 22 LMP2 Delara. So Luke King still shows in the car, and I think he's going to probably come back out again. I think there is some major issues there for Troy Dolenchek, and that's why he can't get himself back into the car again. And as that has now obviously been cleared, because Dolenchek is back in that car again. So whatever the issues there by Dolenchek was, he is back in that car again. And now this young man's going to have to go like the Merry Clappers to try and salvage something from this, he and Luke King. So here he comes out the track now. It's Troy Dolenchek racing for Dotsoft Racing today in that number one car, and they are sitting fourth in class. The 12, the 9 and the 5 are the only other three cars that are ahead of him in class, but between him he's got the leading two master cars of Jaco Forster in car 000 and Peter van der Spey in car 2.
Well, very interesting stuff. Very big thanks to Zambezi Bucky Center for the sponsorship of the prize money for the drivers for today, and covering all the necessary costs. So we're going to take a short break and we will come back to you with more action from the 6-hour event. right, folks, we come back to you with the 6 hour. A big thanks to Zambezi Buckley Center for their sponsorship of this event. The man you see out there on screen is Byron Mitchell. He's been racing for 2 hours and 33 minutes. Can you believe it? What a long stint that is. He's got himself a almost 14-second gap on his teammate Julian Familiaris, the man from the Mobile One V8 series here in South Africa. For those of you that are watching from overseas, and I know Gavin Fleming and Jared Alexander and the boys sitting in America. It's Sunday afternoon there by them. In fact, it's Sunday morning by them, as we're closing on 5 o'clock. They'll be around about 10 o'clock Sunday morning. And a big hello and welcome to them as they are watching from the States. It's our local racing boys here from Cape Town that are all working out on the farms in America. So Byron Mitchell from Julian Familiaris, Corne Breed has just popped into the pits. So that's his next stop, and that means that Peter van der Spey moves to the front end of the field, and that is Peter van der Spey that now leads out in the class, as we've seen that Jaco Forster has now gone into the pit. So that's where that fuel saving has now come into play, where we saw Jaco Forster catching Peter van der Spey, passing him and working his way up the road. Now Jaco Forster finds himself in the pits with that additional pit stop, as opposed to what's been done by Peter van der Spey and Luke Lucchesi, and that is how they are going to play that one out to try and stay at the front end of the field. A major recovery, frankly, by Johan Engelbrecht and his team.
Yes, the 99 finds itself back in that third position with the Rackstraw that's handed that car back over there to Johan Engelbrecht. Johan in the Gazoo racing outfit. Jan Sparmers is back in the 000 car again. He's taken that car back over from Jaco Forster that you just saw in the pits. And Raymond Duggan is back out in the 5 car again. And Corne Breed handed that car back over to Raymond Duggan. So the driver changes are being made now once again by most of the teams, and it's still car 12 and car 9 of Mitchell and Familiaris that has not made a driver change. As a matter of fact, the 111 car of Willem Pienaar has not made a driver change neither. So Willem Pienaar sitting 6 overall in the Masters in that Team Bolts car. He has not made a driver change yet. His last lap was a 155.508 for Willem Pienaar. So those are about the only 3 driver car combinations that's not made driver changes yet. As I so speak, car 12 and 9, Mitchell and Familiaris, are making their way into the pit area. So let's have a look and see. Well, then surely with nearly 2.5 hours done, there will be a driver change in the 12 and the 9 cars. Now surely Familiaris and Coetzee must hand over to their other drivers as well. They've done almost 2.5 hours, and I cannot see these guys doing another stint. It's not impossible though, but we'll have to look and see. Remember, these guys are physically and mentally fit. They're all real-time racing drivers as well. And Jason Coetzee is in the 12 car. Jason Coetzee is in the 12 car, and Umpi Swart is in the 9 car. So yes, Byron and Julian, with nearly 2.5 hours done, have made driver changes. The 12 car is now in the hands of Jason Coetzee, and the 9 car is now in the hands of Yuri Umpi Swart.
So that means that Jason first out on track, having taken over from Byron Mitchell. And, well, Byron must be kind of tired by now. 2 hours 27 was done by Byron Mitchell and Julian Familiaris. Umpi Swart getting his first opportunity to get into the car. And he's taken over from Julian Familiaris. So we'll see if we can actually get Byron Mitchell up on the landline and have a chat with him and or Julian Familiaris. But obviously, they're going to want to take a bit of a breather and a bit of a break right now. So we know that Umpi Swart can be very, very quick. We know that Jason Coetzee can be very, very quick. Troy Dolenchik, having had that connectivity problems earlier on, finds himself distant to where he would expect and want to be. but I think you're going to find it's going to be very similar lap times is going to be going down between the likes of Troy Dolenchik with Umpi Swart and Jason Kutsia leading out in the elite class.
So we ride with Yuri Swart, and he is 12 seconds behind Jan Spalmers, the man that he will put a lap on, and he'll target him and then Raymond Duggan. So between Kutsia and Swart, we've got two back markers in Raymond Duggan in the 5 car, and then Jan Spalmers in the 000 car. That's the two back markers that split Jason Kutsia from the man that you see on your screen there for Durant Motorsport, Yuri Umpi Swart. Raymond Duggan sits out there in 4th position in the elite class behind Troy Dolenchik. He's a lap behind Dolenchik. He's the 5 car of Duggan. And there you see Dolenchik sitting on the case there of the 69 car, and he's going to put a lap there on him. That's Jeff Hancock's that he's going to put a lap on. And Hancock's moves right out the way and allows Duggan, allows Dolenchik, I apologize, just to keep on trucking along. And he'll not get in the way there, Will Hancock's of Dolenchik, because he knows there's no ways on this green earth that he's going to be able to stay there with the Troy Dolenchik. The gap is getting bigger and bigger, so he has put a lap on him there, has Dolenchik. Duggan is out there in that 4th position in that 5 car is Raymond Duggan. There you see Raymond Duggan for IRSA Racing Green. He is a lap down to the first 3 to the 3 leaders, but he's sitting in a comfortable 4th position there in the lead class. Then Jaco Steyn in the 88 car is there in that 5th position. He's the teammate of Atti Nagel. Is Jaco Steyn is also a lap down. Then the next man out there in car number 7 is Stephen Duplessis. He's also 1 lap down to Jaco Steyn. Stephen Duplessis sitting out there in P6 in the elite class in car number 7, and Mario Kowals is his teammate. Then Stephen Koenig in the 71 car. He is a second last car out there in the elite category, and he is the teammate to Janeman Prius is Stephen Koenig. And then the 69 car is being powered now by Jeff Hancock's, and Doug Gerber is his teammate, and you just saw him being lapped there, Jeff Hancock's. And that is the leaderboard as far as the lead class is concerned, and the quickest lap in the lead class is a 1:49.893.
Let's have a look at those best lap times. Just take that one away and get those back there. So the best lap times are 1:49.8 and a 1:50 for the two classes respectively. So Peter van der Spy on the screen right now, and the fuel saving has worked very, very well. I see Jaco Steyn's just dived into the pit lane as we're watching Peter van der Spy. So Peter van der Spy taking over from a triple stinting single set of tyre Luke Lucchese session, and he now finds himself at the front end of the field, and I think he'll be pretty tough with that one, because at the end of the day, Jan Spalmers 1 minute 14 seconds further back in that second position, not being able to make an indent at this stage of the fight into Peter van der Spy. If we have a look at the last lap times, let's see how that one plays itself out on the last lap times. We have, as you see there's Jaco Steyn that's in the pits. A 1:55.9 by Peter van der Spy, a 1:52 by Jan Spalmers, but serious amounts of track that need to be picked up from Jan Spalmers onto Peter van der Spy. Peter doing a lift and coast, as was done by Luke Lucchese, to get them into the situation, pit stops wise, where they are now.
Right, Jan Spalmers sitting out there in that second position to Peter van der Spy. He's 1 minute and 10 seconds behind van der Spy is Jan Spalmers. So it's worked out very nicely so far for the number 2 car, the Luke Lucchese Peter van der Spy outfit. There is Johan Engelbrecht. He's 1 minute behind Jan Spalmers is Engelbrecht, and he's going to put a lap there on Jeff Hancock's pretty soon. There's Hancock's and there is Engelbrecht. So Hancock's is going to be lapped there by the man that's sitting third in the Masters category, namely Johan Engelbrecht. He won't offer too much resistance to Johan Engelbrecht because he knows that he is completely out of it, and he'll just open the gap and open the door and let Engelbrecht through, representing Gazoo Racing. Then fourth in that class is Peter van der Spy. He shares that car with the Swiss Hubert, and he's 19.8 seconds behind Johan Engelbrecht. Out there on track is Peter van der Spy. As a matter of fact, Peter Hubert, sorry. As a matter of fact, he's going to put a lap there on Willem Pina. Pina is going to be caught. You do see the 111 car of Pina out there. Now, Pina is the only driver so far that has not changed a driver. Every other car driver combination on the track has made a driver change, but the Pina in that the 111 has been going for 2 hours and nearly 35 minutes, has Willem Pina, and Pina is about to be lapped shortly by the man that we ride aboard with, namely Peter Hubert, as they go into that right-hander. That's the first four in the Masters. Stephen McCarthy is in 5th position in the Masters in car number 8. He's 1 minute and 50 seconds behind the man that you see on screen there now, namely Peter Hubert. And then Willem Pina is 1 minute and 54 seconds behind McCarthy, but he is going to be lapped there by Peter Hubert pretty soon, is Willem Pina.
Well, pretty interesting stuff as we look at the last lap times that's been done out there. Jason Kutsia doing a 152.7, a 51.2, 1.5 seconds quicker is Umpi Swart on the last lap than Jason Kutsia, but 1.5 seconds, 25 laps. That's the better part of 16 laps that you're going to have to do at that pace to be able to catch up. But Umpi Swart is up to the task, a 151.2. Talking about that, Troy Dolenchik, irritated by our national electricity provider getting chopped off and dropping right down. He's doing a 150.5 on his last lap. So very, very quick by Troy, and coming in there with another 150.5 as he just went past the start finish line once again.
So we stay where we are there now. You can have a look. There's two cars. The car behind these two is, here comes Hubert, and he's going to put a lap there. First of all on Willem Pina, and then on the 8 car of Stephen McCarthy. So they are going to be caught and lapped there by Peter Hubert in the 22 car. His first victim on track will be the 111 of Willem Pina. Thanks for coming. Have a nice day, says Peter Hubert. And now Hubert will go after the 8 car of Stephen McCarthy. So we'll keep an eye on him. He's lying 4th in class, and he's literally lapped car 111, and he's going to lap car number 8 as well. Is Peter Hubert in that 20 Dallara, sitting out there in 4th position in the Masters category, as they make their way into that tight left-hander. It's a very, very tight left-hander. Then it's a little bit of an uphill, and then they'll move into another left-hander, which will take them to Henry Downs. The part of the track that they're going through now is known as Henry Downs. Then when they get to the end of Henry Downs, there's a very sharp turn to the left. You literally got to climb all the way onto second gear, and then you work your way under the Speedville Bridge, through the carousel, the roundabout that is the carousel, which will take you to that right-handed kink that is called the Kettle Bottoms. They're working their way through Kettle Bottoms now, and then they will, actually that's the kink. They are going through Kettle Bottoms now, which takes them to Canada Corner. That is Canada Corner that you see them going through now. Then they drop down Thunder Valley and into Bill Mitchell Bend, and then into turn 14, the final corner, as Peter van der Spy makes his way into pit lane.
Well, if it's going to be a tyre stop as well, between 54 and 57 seconds, nothing more than that. How far is he ahead of Jan Spammers? Well, there you see where the green dot is. That's where Peter's standing. Where is Jan Spammers? Well, he's still got a little way to go to be able to get to where Peter is. let's have a look at the pit stops. How many pit stops has been made by who? And there you see Peter van der Spey is into the pits. Jan Spammer still to do the next pit stop as such. So a pretty similar stint there by them. I wonder if Peter van der Spey is actually going to hand over at this stage of the fight. Jan Spammer is coming a whole heap closer. Peter van der Spey is still in the pit area. Jan Spammers is just about to go past him, and there he goes out now. Jan Spammers ahead of Peter van der Spey. There you saw him go through there. Peter van der Spey comes out. So Jan Spammers moves himself now up into the leader of that group. He finds himself 3.4 seconds ahead of Peter van der Spey, that's just gone in now to do the pit stop. So if they've all done 4 pit stops and Peter's only gone in now, Frankie, that means that all that fuel saving that they've done has now put them into a situation where they're out with a full tank of fuel. They're inside of 4 seconds of Jan Spammers, and well, they've got they've got a lot of time before they have to go for another turn in the pits, which puts them probably in a very favorable situation. If you have a look at the pit strategies, there you can see Spammers and you can see Van der Spey, and you can see how Van der Spey has now stretched it out. So if you look at the Spammers, that yellow block, and you look at Van der Spey that's just come out, that is the difference between them. So they are well on their way to eking out with the 2 hours 40 gone. They're well on their way to eking out an additional pit stop. So that means that what they were trying to do is actually coming into play very well. Willem Pinaar has made 1 stop more than everybody else. Otherwise, everybody else is good to go. And if we have a look at the last lap times, is Troy Dolenchik still closing up? Yes, he is. He's taken 8 tenths out of Umpi Swart on the last lap, and Umpi Swart has taken the better part of 9 tenths out of Jason Sear. So keep an eye on that 19.2, keep an eye on that 40.7, because those gaps are busy closing.
Yeah, there's Dolenchik was the quickest man out there. That last lap with a 150.6, and Umpi with a 150.2, and Jason was a 153.2. So yeah, Dolenchik is a lot quicker than all of them. As a matter of fact, even Raymond Duggan was faster out there than what Jason Coetzee was. So that wasn't a very good lap, the last lap there for the number 12 car to Run Motorsports, Jason Coetzee, as we have a look there at the man sitting in 3rd place, namely Troy Dolenchik, that is in that 3rd place, and he's 40 seconds behind Yuri Umpi Swart. And let's have a look and see if he can close that gap there on the 9 car of Umpi Swart. He will close the gap, but by how much before we have to go back into the pit area again? That we'll have to look and see. So Dolenchik will not give up. This young man is very ambitious in what he does. He is a Western Province karting champion. As a matter of fact, he also races single-seaters in the Extreme Festival, takes part in the Formula 1600 category. So this young man is no slouch behind the wheel of the famous Dolenchik racing family here from Cape Town. His brother's name is Joshua Dolenchik, and he's also races in the Extreme Festival, does Joshua Dolenchik. So Troy and Josh are coming there from a great racing family here from Cape Town. Sitting up there in that 3rd position, and still 40 seconds behind the man in 2nd position, Yuri Umpi Swart.
Well, we'll see what he does on this lap where we are now. He's blindingly quick, is Troy Dolenchik. And, well, Umpi Swart pretty much equaling him up to 300ths of a second there on the last lap. Umpi has come through and done a pretty decent lap time at this stage of the fight, as Umpi does a 151.119. Troy on a 151.241, just a little bit further back.
And they still both quicker than Jason Coetzee, that's done a 152.7. His last lap was a 153, or the one before this one was a 153. He's done a 152, and still Raymond Duggan, his last lap is quicker than Jason Coetzee. Raymond's done a 152.3 with Jason's 157.7. 152.7, I do apologize, as we still watch a dollar check out there in that third position. And while we watch dollar check, just mention there that Van der Spey in the Masters is now 8.5 seconds behind Jan Sparmers, that is leading the Masters category, with Jan doing a last lap of a 151.9 and Van der Spey a 155.7. So something must have gone wrong there, because all the other guys are doing 151s and 152s, and Peter did a 155. So there was obviously a reason for that. Maybe off track was something, or a spin around. Yeah, off track, and that is the reason why he's not up there with the others that's doing 151s and 152s. He did a 155.
Well, having said that, it's pretty much as we expected, the way it was explained to us by Peter van der Spey. Somebody was supposed to be out there racing today, Chase Herald, that we don't see out on circuit. Chase, good afternoon to you.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone.
So, Chase, you were going to be out there today. I think it was Andy Rackstraw that was supposed to be your teammate. Yeah, you sitting watching the race. What went wrong?
Yeah, it was supposed to be myself and Andrew Thomas, and last night we got the message from the app for Eskom. We got told it's from 2 to 4. So unfortunately we missed the registration to enter the race, and put us out of the running to run in front of the guys.
Wow, that's a bit of a pity. Okay, so you have been watching the race. Your impressions today?
I must say it's actually enjoyable. It's like, if you're watching, like you say, F1 and that, it's pretty much something like that. I mean, it's not up to, can't compare the two, but it's like excellent live stream. I'm watching it while I'm racing myself in different classes.
And your take on Jason Kutsia, Umpi Swart, Troy Dolentik with Kutsia and Swart taking over after triple stints by their teammates. Troy, I don't know if you were busy racing at that point, disappeared off the screen. Luke King jumped the car back to the pits, jumped into the car, did a stint, and then gave it back to Troy. Hence, Troy finds himself 50 seconds off the back of Umpi Swart. Troy, one of the quickest out there. You think he can close the back to the back of Umpi and Jason?
For sure. I must say, Troy's just got that spark in him where if he puts his head down and he just delivers the lap times. I remember that Spa race that they decided to put last minute for tyres and came from the back and won it in the last lap. So he's definitely someone that I would actually be worrying about. He's 40 seconds off.
No doubt about it. At this stage of the fight, it's Jan Sparmers from Peter van der Spey. And Jan Sparmers undoubtedly quicker than Peter out on circuit. Jan just picked up a 151.198. And Peter van der Spey was, his last lap was a 152.8. We'll see what he does now. Once again, a 152.6. So Peter van der Spey doing a lift and coaster, as was Luke Lucchese, but obviously Luke being blindingly quick. If Peter can hold it in a reasonable time, it's now 9.5 behind Jan Sparmers. I'm sure when he hands over to Luke Lucchese, he will rush his way to the front of the game. Well, looks like we've lost Chase Herald there. He was on the line with us. And yeah, he was going to be out there and racing today. But unfortunately, with the inconsistencies of Eskom, that's taken him completely out of it. So interesting stuff all the way through. We're going to take a short break and come back to you in a couple of minutes from now. Well, folks, good evening to you one and all, and we're back with you again. Just had a quick supper break. It's 25 to 6. We were going to be going from 2 o'clock this afternoon, but thanks to XCOM, it went a little bit slower than what was expected. And we started just a little bit later. So, things have been quite a turn up for the books as I see Raymond Duggan's just dived into the pit lane. You'll see the top of that car just coming through there as he comes up over the rise. And also coming in is Jan Spammers as well. Now, Jan Spammers, let's go to the classes as such. Jan Spammers is the lead car in his class, and he's just come into the pit lane. Peter van der Spey is the next man coming through. That's Peter van der Spey. He is coming out into the pit straight. Probably will not be going into the pits now, which means that he will then be taking over the lead of the race in that class as such. And Peter van der Spey with Jan Spammers in the pits. He's behind the wall, and Peter van der Spey has gone through. You see the orange car that was there in the background. So Peter van der Spey had a bit of an off earlier on. Let's see exactly what happened there with Peter van der Spey. It's going down into turn number 1. Oh, just a little bit too hard on the gas. Locks it up, turns it sideways. Luckily, nobody coming through too close by, and covers the circuit pretty neatly. Not too much wheel spin whatsoever. And he got that one going pretty nicely. So that worked out for him. We had Troy Dolenchik that went into the pit lane as well. And that was slightly unexpected that he died back in the pit lane. I didn't think that he would be back in that quickly, but he got himself back out on circuit again. So Oompie Swart has now, in the meantime, got himself up to the front end of the field, trying to pick up where Oompie Swart actually took the lead over as such. Oompie Swart Jason Kutsia went off track. That's what we will need to have a look at. What happened to Jason Kutsia? Oh, yeah, under braking. He just got it miles too hot. It started snaking around underneath him. Just clipped the tire wall and got it going again, but that cost him quite a bit of time. Did Jason Kutsia with that one. And at the moment now, we've got Oompie Swart that's just gone into the pit lane. We've got Jason Kutsia that's just gone into the pit lane as well. And that means the next man coming through will then, in fact, be Troy Dolenchik. But look how far he is away from completing a lap. So I believe that Oompie Swart and Jason Kutsia will be able to do a tire change, fill up, driver change if need be, which I don't think is going to happen, back to Byron Mitchell and Drew Miliaris, because they did long stints initially. And by the time Troy gets back to them, they're going to be out of the pit lane already. There is Oompie that's in the pits. There's Jason that's in the pits. And look where Troy is. It's a long way back. Is Troy Dolenchik. Raymond Duggan, 1 minute 13 seconds further back from that. But the next man on circuit, in fact, is Peter van der Spey. There is Peter van der Spey. And then look where he is, the green dot. And then there is the man that he's trying to get away from. That's what 37 seconds looks like back to Jan Spammers as such. So Oompie Swart has already moved his way out of the pits, and Oompie Swart is back out on track, going through the exit of turn number 1. Jason Kutsia still in the pits, and he will be moving out of the pits in the not too distant future. There he goes out of the pit lane now, and then coming up from behind will be Troy Dolenchik. So look at the green dot, that's Troy. Look at the green dot there, that is Jason, and that's the gap between second and third in class. Where is Raymond Duggan? There's Raymond Duggan there, pretty much a half a lap further back. So there is a reasonably big gap through to there. Frankie, let's have a look at the pit stops to date. How's that one played out? The pit stops, 5 pit stops all the way through, except for Jaco Steyn in the elite class.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the 111 because I don't see it on this specific board that we got up there, the one of Willem Pina. Everybody else has done 5 pit stops. As a matter of fact, Van der Spey has done 4 pit stops. Yeah, I thought so. The 111 car has done 6 pit stops, and now Robbie Teens is in the 111 car. He's taken over there from Willem Pina in the Teen Bolt car. So that 111 car has now been handed over to Robbie Teens by Willem Pienaar. And I must say, Willem Pienaar has done a hell of a long stint in that motor car, and he's eventually handed it over to Robbie Teens. There's Jaco Steyn, the man that is sitting fifth overall, Jaco Steyn, and not doing too bad at all, Jaco Steyn, in that 88 car, as he races out there for Team IRSC Racing Lead. And Jaco and Ati is taking part in the elite class for this one, and they are sitting in that fifth position in the elite class. Then we have a look at the number 7 car of Duco Racing, and that is Stephen Duplessis in that 7 car, and he is 1 minute and 6 seconds behind Jaco Steyn that is there in that 5th position, and he's 1 minute and 27 seconds ahead of the 71 car that's being campaigned by Stephen Koenig, with Janeman Prius being his teammate. And then rounding off the top 8 in the elite category is the number 69 car of Jeff Hancock's for the team Try Hard Racing Red, and that's a replay of Jeff getting it all wrong and shoving that car's nose there into the tire barrier.
Is that what we refer to as burying it into the tire wall?
While he's wheel spinning himself, he's literally stuck in the sand there, and there's no ways he's going to get that car out there on his own. He might have to hit the escape to pits, because there's no ways. It's literally digging itself in all more and more and more, as you see there on the replay, and there he hits the escape to pit button. So he tried, but with no success to get that car back out there on track. Well, there is Umpi Swart. That's the man that's sitting out there in P1, and he's going to put a lap on Stephen Koenig. He's 0.3 of a second there behind Stephen Koenig. So he is going to lap Koenig, and the two of them are racing out there in the same class, the elite class, and Koenig just keeps out the way and says to Yuri Umpi Swart of Durant Motorsport, you just put the lap on me, and I will just hang in there behind you, and you can keep on going on your way. Jason Coetzee is in that 2nd position, and he is 27 seconds behind Yuri Umpi Swart, and his last lap was a 1:51.593 there for Jason Coetzee. But let's keep an eye on the number 1 car sitting up there in P3, namely Troy Dolacek. He is clawing his way back. He's only 10 seconds, 10.4 to be exact, behind Jason Coetzee, that is there in that 2nd position. So that number 1 car is making a comeback, and he shares that car with Luke King, does Troy Dolacek. And Troy's last lap was a 1:57.087. He is clearly the quickest man out there on the previous lap, Dolacek. They all done 1:52.4 for Yuri, 1:51.5 for Jason, and Duggan with a 1:52.4. And then in between all of this, you get Dolacek, who does a 1:51 dead. So Troy is the quickest man out there on his final lap, and he is definitely closing slowly but surely there on the 12 Durant Motorsport car, now driven by Jason Coetzee.
Well, 99 laps, 3 hours 10 of the 6 hours that's gone. As we said, looking at around about a half a second at the moment. Troy Dolacek closing on the Ironman Jason Coetzee, one of our top local Polo Cup racers from Cape Town, alongside the likes of Yuri Swart Jr. Troy Dolacek, man, has taken part in the 1600 open wheel and national class, and there's a possibility of winning that with I think it's around about 250,000 rands prize money and a trip overseas to go and do a bit of racing there as well. So Troy Dolacek going from the karting circuit and then moving on to the open wheeler Libra class at Killarney International, then going on to the 1600 Kent class, with the main series, the National Extreme.
That's not the Kent class.
It's not the Kent class, it's a normal 1600 class that he's in, and that one is the one that carries the big prize money. So having said that, Jason Coetzee has obviously been told by the head honcho of Durant Motorsport, we listen to the commentators, and they're talking about this man closing, and he responds with a 1:51.2 which gives Troy only a tenth of a second on the last lap that he's caught up in that one, lap number 100. 100 laps in 3 hours 10. That means we're going to be around about the 190 to 194 laps by the time we get to the end of the sequence.
Right, so Dolacek still out there in that third position. While it was 10.4, it's 10.2, so it's not really closing up there on Jason Coetzee. Is hovering around the 10-second mark between Coetzee, the man that you see there in screen, in that second position. But Troy will just chisel away and just keep on going and see if he can close a gap there on Jason Coetzee, who in turn is 26 seconds behind Umpi Swart. So the gaps are pretty big between first and second, and there's a semi-decent gap between second and third. If Coetzee does put a wheel out of line, then Dolacek will certainly nail him. As we have a look at Raymond Duggan. Duggan sits out there in that fourth position, and he is 1 minute and 19 seconds behind Troy Dolacek. That's ahead of him there in that third place. Jaco Steyn is in that fifth place, and Jaco is 1 minute and 14 seconds behind Raymond Duggan, and his last lap was a 155.312. And then in sixth position is the seventh car of Stephen Coetzee, and he is Stephen Duplessis, sorry, and he is 1 minute behind him, and his last lap was a 152.9. And then in seventh position is Stephen Koenig in the 71 car, and he's 1 minute and 40 seconds behind Stephen Duplessis. Then rounding off the top 8 is the 69 car of Jeff Hancock's, and he is nearly 51 seconds behind Koenig, and his last lap was a 153.423 by Jeff Hancock's in Dallara 69.
Well, let's have a look at a little incident with Peter van der Spey. He has got himself to the front end of the class, but you can see he's pushing very, very hard. So Captain Stable is keeping it all together there at the front end of the field. He's got 38 seconds gap on Jan Spammers. Jan Spammers obviously must have been in a little bit of traffic because he only did a 154, and Jan Spammers is normally pretty quick out there, as Jaco Steyn has just entered the pit lane, so definitely going towards a driver change on that side. And let's see as Jaco Steyn comes in. Remember, Jaco Steyn sitting in 5th place overall, and we'll see that's now going to be a driver change. Let's have a look at the amount of pit stops that has been had to date, and that's pretty much in line with what everybody else has got.
Yeah, Jaco Steyn came into the pit area. He's still in there in that 88 car. And will he hand over to Atti Nagel? No, he doesn't. He makes his way back out in track again. And there's somebody else rolling down pit road there behind him. That is Koenig. That is Stephen Koenig that is making his way into the pit area. And let's have a look, see if he gives that car over to Janeman Preus, or will he continue once again. So Jaco Steyn out there once again in that 6th position, and he is a 5, literally 5. Is that 5 minutes or 5 seconds? That is there behind Duplessis. Is Jaco Steyn going back out on track? So everybody has made 5 pit stops. Some of them are still on 4. Peter van der Spey is still out there on 4 pit stops, as Jason Coetzee is going to put a lap pretty soon on Robbie Teams. He is just under 9 seconds behind Robbie Teams is Jason Coetzee, but he's got them all racked and stacked ahead of him. Guys that he's going to lap, it'll be Robbie Teams will be the first one, then Stephen McCarthy, and then Jan Spammers. So Jason Coetzee will know that he's got these slow drivers ahead of him that he's going to have to lap. And he is only 9.1 seconds ahead of Troy Dolacek. So Troy is closing up on him, but what will give him peace of mind is the fact that he also knows that once he's eventually cleared these guys, Dolacek is going to have to do the same, and then he hopefully can stretch that gap on Troy once again. But at this point in time, As you see out there on circuit, Dolacek is literally clawing and crawling his way closer and closer to the man in second position, Jason Kutsia.
Well, two of the initial front runners, Byron Mitchell, and then his teammate that was doing a brilliant job, Byron Mitchell. They've had a bit of a break now. So joining us on the, just having lost him there on the lane line. Let's see if we can get him back again. We had Byron Mitchell on, and let's hope that we've got him. Byron, good day to you.
How's it? Good day, guys.
A brilliant run there by Durant Motorsport up front. You and Julian really pushing the edges there. Umpi and Jason carrying on exactly where you guys left off. 25 seconds between the two cars up front. Same or similar pit strategy still at this point?
Yeah, not really, not similar anymore. The game has unfortunately thrown a curveball at us. I mean, yeah, don't even get me started. I mean, I think as I loaded on with load shedding and that, I think it messed up all my settings in game. So when I hopped into quali, the car was, I mean, the field of view was, everything was wrong. Everything in my screen and was completely wrong. And then eventually I rushed and managed to get that fairly fixed to where it was drivable. And then we did the first stint, everything was going well. First, 4 stints, everything was going good. And then when I came in to do my pits to change drivers, Jason hopped in the car and we were meant to change tires. And as the car lifted up, it was about 2 seconds, and then it just dropped itself, and he drove off, obviously, with tires I had on. So I don't know what the game has done there. I don't know what's happened. But yeah, it hasn't helped us at all, because we've lost 26. I mean, we were, I think, 13 seconds ahead. So we've actually lost 39 seconds. Yeah, we'll have to see.
Oh, that is a major knock. But then again, the same happened with your competition. Troy Dolenchik eventually getting out into the motor car and doing a couple of laps and then just disappeared off the screen, eventually disappeared off the leaderboard. Luke King then pulled the car back to the pits, jumped in and carried on, and that took Troy completely out of it. So your closest competition, Troy Dolenchik, finds himself now about 8.6 seconds behind Jason, and they're doing pretty similar lap times. Is Troy becoming part of your calculation going forward, or do you still see that you can keep away from them?
I still think we're going to keep away with it, but yeah, that was super. I mean, me and Julian were actually looking forward to the close race between our teams and his. That I think what happened is when the power came back on, something must have tripped in his house and he lost Wi-Fi or something like that. But yeah, that's not nice. We wish he was up here, because 3 cars fighting for the lead would be much better than obviously 2 or even 1. But I'm not sure yet. They may have something that we haven't seen. But so far, I think they're going to have to do an extra stop, a pit stop, for those to see.
Reasonably possible. If you have a look at the stops, everybody's done 5 stops at the moment. Let's have a look at the period of time that the car was in last time out. I see you guys, Jason did put on a new set of tires. Umpi did not put on a new set of tires. Troy did not put on a new set of tires either at that stage of the fight. So, yeah, that's going to make it pretty interesting stuff going forward. Byron, thanks very much for joining us. When are you intending to be back in the car, or do we wait till it comes up on screen?
Yeah, you're going to have to wait. That's the team boss's decision.
I like it that it's that close that you can't say, because I'm sure Troy's crew will be listening in to see what you guys are saying at this stage of the fight. So play the cards nice and tight. 24.8 off Umpi and 9 ahead of Troy. Good luck when you come back into the car after Jason. A closing word from your side, Byron Mitchell.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks guys. Just keep up the good work on the stream, and we'll see what we can do.
Awesome stuff. There you go, the voice of Byron Mitchell, and he did a triple stint up front, and also running into problems there with electrical power supply, and yeah, that just creates major problems for everybody. So Jan Spammers has got himself back to the front end of the field, and that 25 seconds ahead of the car that was driven by Peter van der Space. So now, having gone and done that pit stop, probably a tire change as well. Let's just see what was their pit time. No, there wasn't a tire change at all for Luke Lukizi. He's back out there on circuit, and now it's a case of can he close down on Jan Spammers. Jan doing a 152.3, 51.8, so it's half a second. But half a second into 25 is 50 laps. That's 2 stints and a dingle. It's not enough to get them back to the front end of the field. It's going, frankly, to go down to lift and coast and getting one pit stop less.
Well, Luke Lucchese is back in that number 2 car again, and he's 25 seconds behind Jan Sparmers with 3 hours and 20 minutes done. So Jan's going to have to go like the Mary Clappers, because Luke Lucchese will certainly wind up the week and come after him. That gap will drop dramatically and come down dramatically between Jan Sparmers and Luke Lucchese. I cannot see that Sparmers will be able to hold Luke Lucchese in there behind him much longer. Peter van der Spy has done what he has to do so far for Luke Lucchese, and he's given the car back to Luke and said, okay, Luke, I've done my best, and you now take it and see if you can't get that lead back for us from Jan Sparmers. It's still hovering around the 25-second mark, but yeah, he will certainly close the gap there on Jan Sparmers, will Luke Lucchese. And then in that 3rd position is Peter Hubert in the 22 car, and he's nearly 50 seconds behind Luke Lucchese. Peter Hubert in that car. Remember, he shares that car with a Swiss Hubert, does Peter. And then 1 minute and 6 seconds behind Peter Hubert in 4th position is the 99 car of Johan Engelbrecht. As you see them there on the track, as a matter of fact, that Hubert that's just clearing away there from him. And then Stephen McCarthy is there in that 5th position in that 8 motor car, and he shares that car with Dr. Mike Verrier, does Steve McCarthy. And then the last driver out in the Masters category is Robbie Teens, and he's 1 minute and 51 seconds behind Stephen McCarthy, and he shares that motor car with Willem Pina. So there you see him go through in that 111 Teen Bolt racing outfit. But right behind them is the 8 car, and that is McCarthy. Remember, these guys are all over the place, so there's lots of gaps between them. You just see them with each other or together with each other on track, but there is huge gaps between them, and all of them are basically on different laps at this point in time, as a lot of them have been lapped. But you do see them nose to tail out there on the track. That's the 8 and the 111 out there on the circuit. But Yuri Umpiswart is still the man that sits out there in P1. He's gone up 1 position, and 26 seconds behind him is Jason Kutsia. Now, if we have a look at Troy Dolacek, that's there in that 3rd position, look at that time has come down. Dolacek is now only 8.8 seconds behind Jason Kutsia. And as Byron was saying, let's have a look and see when he eventually climbs back into that car again. They don't want to give anything away, Team Durant Motorsport, because they know that the Dotsoft racing team of Troy Dolacek and Luke King will certainly be listening into what they are saying. And he is clawing his way right back into this race again to end in the top 2. Now, when Troy Dolacek, he certainly wouldn't settle for 2nd or 3rd. He'd be one of the guys that says, I wasn't designed to come 3rd, 4th or 5th because it's the first of the losers. So he will definitely want to go and hunt down Kutsia, and that is exactly what he's doing. 8.7 seconds, Gary, Dolacek behind Kutsia.
Well, yeah, it's going to make up that lost time with the dot signal and put the pressure onto Kutsia. So 1 position up is Yuri Swart and teammate Jason Kutsia and teammate Troy Dolacek with Luke King. That was the fastest qualifier and one of the 3 fastest in the final practice last night later as well. Finds himself 2 positions down. Raymond Duggan and teammate, they have not moved up or down. They started on the outside of the 2nd row of the grid. Jan Sparmers will be pretty chuffed that they are 2 positions up, one being in their own class, and that was moving ahead of Luke Lucchese, that handed over to Captain Peter van der Spy, and now back in the hands of Luke Lucchese. They find themselves 1 position down, as does Peter Hubert, with Sparmers now jumping both of them and moving up. Starting off the 4th overall in class was Johan Engelbrecht, and they've held on to that. And then swapped positions is Jaco Steyn dropping one down from Stephen Duplessis. But I think the reason for that is probably linked to the Jaco Steyn off circuit. Let's see how much time he actually lost. Did Jaco Steyn with his encounter, or he just comes in a little bit too hard, loses the tailing, tries to turn into it, swaps ends completely. Got to get that one going again, not getting any wheel spin unnecessarily there on the grass and taking too much time. And he didn't actually lose that much time at all. He actually did a brilliant job of getting it back together. And then a little bit after that, Jaco Steyn had there was the spin around. That's why it shows that he went off again and he came back onto the track. Johan Engelbrecht had a bit of an off track as well. Very similar kind of situation, just doing a double turn to come in and get back onto the circuit. And then Stephen Koenig also went off the track and he jumped back to pits, did Stephen Koenig. So that must have been a bit of a heavy in the 71 car. Let's see what actually happened. Oh, he runs it straight off towards the tire barrier, and well, does he also bury it?
I think he has done just that, because he's going to battle to get that car out from that position, as you see on the replay. And that's why he just hopped back to the pit area to get that car sorted out, and then he will continue racing there for Team Leap together, as I said, sharing that car with Janeman Press, and Stephen Koenig still there in the pit area. So we ride with Troy Dolacek. Well, it's gone up slightly, but then again, it was by the 8.7, so it's gone to 9. So he hasn't really lost any ground to Kutsia, has Dolacek. Jason is still hovering around the 24-25 second marker between himself and the man that sits out there in P1, namely Yuri Umpi Swart. So it's pretty much holding station at this point in time, interval wise, between Swart and Kutsia and Dolacek. That's there in that third position. Not much happening really on track. Luke Lucchesi is still round about the 23 second mark behind Jan Sparmers. That's another thing that I'm keeping my eye on, is that gap and that interval between Sparmers and Lucchesi. Troy Dolacek is going to pick up Stephen Koenig, and he'll put a lap there on Stephen Koenig. Another lap he'll slap there on Koenig, and then after that he'll put a lap there on Robbie Teens. There is the man that he's about to lap, but just there ahead of him. And Dolacek busy coming through there as he makes his way into the pit area, does Troy Dolacek. So Troy Dolacek with 3 hours and 28 minutes done. Dolacek brings the one car into pit lane.
Wow, that is a side effect of losing signal earlier on, and King taking over and jumping the car back to the pits and then leaving the pits. So that's taken them slightly out of sync with everybody and everything else. So Troy Dolacek he's just got no response for that one. Corne Breety's in there as well. It was the car that he just went hard moving into the number one box, just making enough space for himself to be able to get out there. And if you go back to that little Jan Spammers one, Frankie, you said that you were keeping an eye on that one. Jan Spammers must be right on the edge, because he's going pound for pound with Luke Lucchesi, who you would expect to be the fastest out there. Luke does lots and lots of practicing. He's utterly brilliant. He's like Troy Dolacek. He's amazing on an iRig. And Luke Lucchesi really having to stretch it out to try and get to Jan Spammers.
Well, Luke King is back in the car again as we look at Jan Spammers. There's been a few drivers coming into the pits. Peter Hubert and Johan Engelbrecht finds himself in pit lane. And Dolacek has handed over that number one car to Luke King, the Dotsoft Racing car. So Luke King is back in the car again as Peter Hubert comes into the pit lane. The 99 of Johan Engelbrecht is making its way into pit lane as well. So yeah, they are all chopping and changing. Corne Breet has now taken over that 5 car. and he's making his way back out onto the track. He's taken over there from Raymond Duggan, has a Corne Breed, and he's back out on circuit once again. So we'll have a look and see if there are going to be any other driver changes. Yes, the 99 car has changed. Andy Rackstraw is back in that 99 car. Johan Engelbrecht has handed that motor car over to Andrew Rackstraw. So pretty soon you'll see the Gazoo racing car make its way back out onto the circuit into in the hands there of Andrew Rackstraw. So yeah, it's Sway Joubert. He's in the 22 car now as he makes his way out of the pit lane. He's taken that car over from Peter Joubert. So the team Joubert Racing Masters make their way back out onto the circuit. Peter handing over there to Sways as Jaco Steyn makes his way through and into turn number 1, and he is 24.8 seconds behind the man in his same class, namely Stephen Du Plessis.
Wow, very, very interesting to see how this one's going to play itself out. So looking back behind the steering wheel, 1 minute 39 now due to the unprecedented driver change that had to take place, and Luke's done a major part of the driving in this one. 3 hours 31 of the 6 hours that has gone by. Well, can anybody take on Umpi Swart and Jason Coetzee? Remember, it's Byron Mitchell and Junior from the RS has got to get back into those two cars. But are they better than Luke King and Troy Dolenchik in a straight dice? Nothing much between them.
No, I agree with you. There isn't anything between them. Luke King still sitting out there in that third place, but he's now 1 minute and 39 seconds behind Jason Coetzee, that is there in that second position. I love this Mazda color scheme there on that Luke King car. There's Corne Breed. He's 1 minute and 58, nearly 2 minutes behind Luke King is Corne Breed in the IRSA Racing green as he makes his way around the Road America track. A big thanks to Zambezi Bucky Center, the main sponsor of this event, and to Second Gear Productions. Stephen Du Plessis in the 7 car for Duco Racing is sitting out there in that 5th position in class, 28 seconds behind the Corne Breed. And that is that 7 car that you see there of Du Plessis, busy making its way around the Road America circuit. Keeping an eye there on the Masters category, and still, Gary, there hasn't been an indent from Luke Lucchese on the Jaco Sparmers lead that he has over him there in that fight for first position.
I'll tell you what, this Spammers is doing a brilliant job. He is really stretching the legs of Luke Lucchese. Luke with the fuel strategy, saying let's lift and coast, and I'll see how much time I can make up on the rest of the pack. He did make up time. Oh, very heavy on the gas there. You can see how Jan Sparmers is pushing it as he comes up behind the Corne Breed. But I think Jan Sparmers is very much on the limits to be able to hold out Luke Lucchese. If he can do that and force a situation where the pit stops comes into play once again, and Luke Lucchese's got to give it back to Peter van der Spade, that could make it a massive battle for the top end of the Master Series, as we see Jan Spammers now closing on the back of Corne Breed. Corne that's lying in 5th in class at this stage of the fight, but being closed down now from the Masters leader Jan Spammers. He did a 151.9, taking 4 tenths. It's all that he could get out of him. Luke Lucchese just 4 tenths on a 51.5 at this stage of the fight, closing down now for not a track position, but a pass on track.
I'm going to ask Gary why he calls him Jan instead of Jan. I don't know.
Well, the international racer from touring car days, Jan Spammers,
oh dear,
comes to mind.
Never mind, it sounds good, Gaz. It sounds all good.
I think Jan is
Jan. American Jan Spammers.
Yeah, Jan's the man. Wow, Jan is the man right now. If you can stretch Luke Lucchese's feet, you're doing something pretty decent. There's no doubt about it. And at this stage, the fight corner bit a 52.7. Spammers on a 51.9. So that's only 8 tenths of a second. But to make up that last little piece, it looks like This man's looked in the mirror and said, no, I don't think I want to be on camera and be passed at the same time.
Well, he's still going to make the move there on Corne Breed. He's just under a second in there behind Corne Breed. It shows that Stephen McCarthy is there in pit lane in that 8 motor car, as we still right aboard here with Jan Sparmers. And let's see, he needs to get pretty close. He's hovering around about the second behind the Corne Breed. And he's not really making an indent there on the Corne Breed. Corne sitting 4th in class, but he's about to be lapped here by Jan Sparmers. If Jan can get a lot closer to Sparmers as they make their way out of turn number 1. Oh, and Corne Breed knows he's there. He's using all of Road America and the runoff area as well as they head into that right-hander. Now they'll start running slightly downhill before they move into another left-hander. That is a 90-degree or nearly a 90-degree left-hander. And here comes Jan Sparmers. Is he going to lap him now? Not yet. He is closing up on him. They're now moving into the area called Henry Downs. And it gets rather technical here as you go through Henry Downs. And then from Henry Downs, you go up that straight, which takes you into that very complicated left-hander, which leads you onto the carousel. Under the Speedville Bridge, that's the beginning of the carousel. As you go under that Speedville Bridge and you go through that roundabout, which will take you through to the Kink. They're working their way to the Kink now, and then through the Kink they will make their way down that straight called Kettle Bottoms, running as hard as they can.
That's closing from behind at the same time.
Yes, well, Jason Kutsia will catch up to the two of them because Sparmers has not made the move on Corne Breed yet. And as you see there in the battle box, well spotted, Gary, Jason Kutsia will probably end up lapping both Jan Sparmers and Corne Breed. Well picked up on that one.
Well, let's see what happens. Corne Breed is going into the pits, so it didn't work. Jan Sparmers going into the pits. Only 21 seconds between Jan Sparmers and Luke Lucchese. And that means that it's showtime. Luke Lucchese is going to get what he was looking for.
Yeah.
And that is the jump in terms of the pits. Here comes Luke Lucchese through the last corner. Can he go straight through? He's got enough juice. He's got enough tires. Yes, he can. And he takes the lead in the class.
Back into the lead in the Masters goes Luke Lucchese. So he's taken that lead away there from Sparmers that finds himself in the pit lane. Now, where is Swayshabe? Now, he's 2 minutes and 43 seconds behind the 000 car. So that car will come out in that second position. The 000 of Sparmers will come out. The thing is, will he hand over to Jaco Forster or will he stay in that car? We'll soon see the moment that car comes out. Yeah, it's making its way out, and Jan Sparmers is still behind the wheel of that LMP2 Dallara. But Luke Lucchese now, Gary, is 25, nearly 26 seconds ahead there of Jan Sparmers, and that is exactly what Luke Lucchese wanted. And now he needs, from his point of view, to stretch his legs and run away there from the 000 of Jan Sparmers.
Keeping in mind that that gap is going to be growing while Jan Sparmers is sitting in the pits. It's Umpi Swart that's gone into the pits, and we'll have to keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on Luke Lucchese. That is one pit stop less than everybody else in the class, except for the additional stop of the Robbie Teams. It's Umpi Swart that's gone into the pits. What does Jason Kutsia do? Is he going to go into the pits as well and follow suit?
Yes, he does. Into the pits comes Jason Kutsia. You'll probably find that Team Durant Motorsport is doing everything together because they know their main rivals is at number 1 car, the combination of Luke King and Troy Dolacek. So they want to not only come first and second in class, they want the first and second overall. So basically it is Team Durant Motorsport that is working together. And Luke King is a minute and 40 behind them. So I cannot see that he will take that lead away or even second position away from the Durant Motorsport guys. I think they've got this one going perfectly at this point in time. 3 hours and 40 done. All they have to do is keep it flowing and they could get a 1-2 across the line. But yeah, you don't want to say anything too soon because this is motorsport, be it real time or sim racing. Anything can happen at any period of time. So Dou Gerber is now in that the 69 car. He's taken over there from Jeff Hancock's. Has Dou Gerber, and Jason Kutsia has not handed that car over. He comes back out again in that second position. Swart is back out on track again and he is still in the lead.
Yeah, but not that big a gap. That's the total gap between them right now. There's Umpi Swart, and that's with the yellow wing, and he says let's get some tire temperature in here, and there is Jason Kutsia. So by hook, by crook, or by great driving, the Durant cars are now a lot closer to one another. There you see the green number 2 that is on your screen on the right hand side. That is where Jason Kutsia is the number 1. That's directly in front of him. That's Umpi Swart. Let's have a look to see where on track is Luke King, and he's going to be entering turn number 2. There he is now. That is Luke King. So that's the difference between the Durant Motorsport, the Umpi Swart, Jason Kutsia having taken over from Julian Familiaris and Byron Mitchell, and I'm pretty sure this will be their last, and then they'll hand back to Familiaris and Mitchell after this. Luke King will probably then, having done that 6 stops, but having done most of the driving, give it back to the Super Troy Kolonjic to see if he can make a plan from there. What's it looking like with Luke Lucchese? Well, I think it's pretty decent.
Yeah, no, the gap is getting big. It was 23 seconds at one point in time. It's now moved to 27 seconds. So Luke Lucchese is doing as I said he should do, and that is stretch his legs now and get away from the 000 car of Jan Spommers. Last lap was a 152.4 for Luke and a 152.8 for Jan. So that is the reason why that gap is getting bigger and bigger between Lucchese and Spommers. And Mike Verrier is back in the 8 car. He's taken that car back over there from Stephen McCarthy.
When Brett had a little bit of a off, I remember he was under a whole heap of pressure for many laps, and he managed to pull that one off pretty neatly. So I think that was a lovely piece of driving there. And let's see what happened with Dou Gerber in the 69. Oh yeah, it just started to get away from him and he recovered it. Decided it's not a good thing to plant it into the wall, and stopped in time to make sure that he didn't have to exit the vehicle and go back to the pits with that one. 3 hours 43 of the 6 hours, 117 laps down. We'll be coming back to you soon. All right, folks, we're back with you again. 6-hour endurance racing. And Frankie, a new sponsor that's come on board for the iRacing South Africa and Western Sports and GT Masters side of things, coming in here and joining us today from the Hubert family.
Yeah, big thanks to Zambezi Bucky Center. And without them, this is not possible today. So big thanks to everybody that is involved at Zambezi and Bucky Center, from the management all the way down. So a big thanks to everybody at Zambezi Bucky Center. Right, lap 122 is done. 3 hours and 52 minutes on the clock out of 6 hours is in the bag. And Yuri Umpiswart sits out there in P1. His last lap was a 1 minute 51.466. And he is 5.2 seconds ahead there of Jason Kutsia, that is in that second position. And Luke King in that third spot is nearly 32 seconds there behind Jason Kutsia. That is your top three. Then in fourth position is the first of the Masters, and that is Jan Spammers, and his last lap was a 152.515 for Jan Spammers, and it shows there that Luke Lucchese was at pit exit. So Luke, I think, might have dived into the pits, obviously trying to change the strategy, because his last lap was a 202.790 for Luke Lucchese, 55.5 seconds behind Jan Spammers. So yeah, I'm sure Lucchese has gone and made some kind of a pit stop. There was no driver change. Luke back out in the car once again, and yes, Pantera Racing's Luke Lucchese did make a pit stop, and you see him appear just in view there at the pit lane exit. So Lucchese sitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 overall, and second in class, 55 seconds there behind the man that's sitting fourth overall and first in class, namely Jan Spammers.
Next up on track is Corne Breed, and he finds himself fourth in class and seventh overall. And I think it's a pretty good run so far there by Corne Breed. He's absorbed a lot of pressure over the last couple of laps, and really putting some stunning lap times. And there you see he's on a 151.3, which is pretty good, very much the same as the fastest car out there on the last lap, but Umpiswart that's leading it out. But Luke King on a 150.970 is definitely pushing the envelope to try and get a whole lot closer. So let's just get Luke King, as I see Jaco Stein's just gone into the pits. Luke King out there on circuit, his teammate Troy Dolenchik, he started out, did Luke with the initial qualifying time and went out on circuit and did a brilliant job. He did a triple stinter. He then gave the car over to Troy Dolenchik. For those of you that missed out on that part of the race, electricity went down and Troy was out of it. Luke King had to haul the car back to the pits, get himself in and out onto the circuit, and that dropped then Luke King / Troy Dolenchik away from the Jason Kutsia Umpiswart cars, which is teamed up with Julian Familiaris and Byron Mitchell. They've been trying desperately ever since then to try and do a comeback, but Jason Kutsia and Umpiswart have been listening to the team boss, and they've just been pumping in those lap times, making it a tenth and a little bit more and a little bit less per lap that Luke King and Troy Dolenchik has been able to take out of the two Run Motorsport cars up front. And well, pretty similar situation, Frankie, that you had with the Jan Spammers and Luke Lucchese situation in the Masters class.
Yes, indeed. And I just saw that Luke King put a lap there on Robbie Teens, and that Atti Nagel has jumped into that 88 car. He's taken that car over there from Jaco Stein. So Stein handing the 88 car back there to Atti Nagel. There we see Jan Spammers, and he is still busy making his way around. Is Jan sitting fourth overall and first in the class, and 53 seconds behind him is second in class and fifth place man, that is Luke Lucchese, and they're battling it out there for P1 and 2 in the Masters categories. And I must say they're doing pretty well. is the Masters, because really to try and beat the Durant Motorsport outfit, and then the combination of King and Dolacek as well, is no easy task. But I don't think Luke at this point in time is worried about car 9, 12 and car 1. I think at this point in time he says, man, if I can get a fourth overall and a first in class, then that would be mission accomplished for me. But it's going to be a long road from here. There's a lot of time left for Luke to still get into that first position. But you've got to claw that 53 seconds back, and then there's also going to be pit stops and driver changes as well. So it's going to be a long and hard road for the number 2 car to attempt to get back into P1, as we ride on board with the man that sits 3rd overall and in class, Luke King, 30 seconds behind Jason Kutsia. And as we were talking about Jan Sparmers earlier on, the 000 car is now in pit lane. So the leader of the Masters category is in the pit area.
And I think that they're going to be pretty much side by side when they come out there. Let's just hold on. It's going to be about 50 odd seconds before that car will come out of the pits, if they're going to do a tyre change or not. And this is what happens when you come up behind traffic. Luke King's got to get through Doughaber and Mike Berrier just in front of that. He's going to be flashing his lights and saying, come on guys, please let me through here. I'm trying to catch the Ironman. Jason Kutsia gets into the slipstream very neatly, but look how Doughaber puts that car right in the center of the circuit. Now dives across to the side, and there you can see a nice close-up of the 69 car, the LMP2, and under braking doesn't back out of it completely. But having said that, let's have a look what's happening with Jaco Forster now that's in the car, and Luke Lucchese goes through, and Jaco Forster is still in the pits. He's in there behind the pit wall. Let's see if we can get a shot of him. There we go. So it's all worked out for Luke Lucchese, and he's now in the pits. Does he hand that car over or not? Next time around, we'll have to see. But Luke Lucchese has now achieved what he wanted to, leading out in the class. Only 3 of the youngsters, the elite class, that has managed to stay ahead of him. Peter van der Spy, I'm sure, is going to be back in the car in the not too distant future, as Jaco Forster now climbs into the number 2 vehicle in class and gets it out on track.
The 000 car now been taken over by Jaco Forster. Jan Sparmers handed that car over to Jaco Forster. So Jaco still sitting second in class, but he has now got Corne Breed between himself and Luke Lucchese. And he first has to get past Stephen Duplessis before he can even have a think of going at Corne Breed. He has to put a lap there on the 7 car of Stephen Duplessis. So Jaco Forster still sitting out there in that second position. And the gap between Luke King and Jason Kutsia is hovering around the 30-second mark. So Luke King is not getting any quicker, or should I say, any quicker and any closer for that matter, to Jason Kutsia. Although he's got the quickest lap out there, his last lap was the fastest. He did a 150.815, and Swart did a 51.2, and Kutsia did a 51.27. So, yeah, Luke King is not really closing the interval as such, but his last lap he was quicker out there than Yuri Swart Jr. and Jason Kutsia. Luke Lucchese was on a 151.5, so not half bad, but Corne Breed was on a 151.3, but then again, Corne Breed is in a different class to what Luke Lucchese is. Andy Rackstraw was doing a 152, Rackstraw 151.2, so Rackstraw was quicker than Lucchese, done a 152.2, and Lucchese did a 151.5. So Gary, yeah, very interesting, the last laps between all of these drivers.
Umbi Swart, that's leading out there. That is Andy Rackstraw that's in there behind him. He's not getting rid of Rackstraw whatsoever. So let's just look now who's got track coming up in front of them. Umbi Swart, not a problem. 5 seconds before he gets to Atinafel, and then 25 before he gets to Jaco Forster. So far, so good there for him. What's the traffic situation for Jason Kutsia? Jason's got 5 seconds before he gets to Andy Rackstraw. That call that's written there, it's actually Andy Rackstraw, and then it's Umpi Swart, it's the next one in front of that. So pretty much the same and similar situation. How's it looking for Luke King at this stage of the fight? 17 seconds before he gets hold of anybody in front of him, and that's going to be Swayze Hubert, who's lying 4th overall in the Masters class. And well, I think he's one of those guys that doesn't hold you up unfairly. And Stephen Koenig just a little bit further up the road in front of that. And Stephen also, I don't think, will be a major issue there as well. How's it look, Frankie, for Luke Lucchese?
Well, Luke Lucchese's got 7 seconds to make up before he catches the 111 car of Robbie Teens. And then Doug Gerber and Mike Vera will be lined up for him as well. We have a look at Jaco Forster. Now, he's got 28 seconds before he gets to the Duplessis cars. He's got some clear track ahead of him before he picks up the Stephen Duplessis car and puts a lap there on Duplessis. Andy Rackstraw, well, we had a look at, well, Andy Rackstraw is, well, they're saying Yuri Swart is out there ahead of him.
Yuri must have just passed him.
Yeah, that is definitely an overtaking maneuver there. I was thinking the same thing there by Umpi on him, because remember that Rackstraw is way down the leaderboard. He is sitting right in there, 3, 4, 5. He's in about 7th position. Is Andy Rackstraw, and running it ever so wide there. But yeah, he's no threat to the man out there ahead of him in that number 9 car, namely Umpi Swart, because he's sitting down in P7 and Yuri is the overall leader so far. And into the pits comes the 22 car of Swayze Hubert.
Well, that's for 4th overall in class, and well, the pit stops is really becoming something else. We're 4 hours 3 into this 6-hour race. Pretty much anything is possible from here on out. Can anybody take on the might of Yuri Swart, Jason Kutsia, partnered up with Byron Mitchell and Julian Familiares? If anybody can, it's the likes of Luke King with Kurt Dolenchik, but due to electrical supply problems, that gap opened up by pretty much 28 seconds. And frankly, I think that's just about the most static gap that has been the whole race along. Yeah. Jason and Umpi really flying, Luke doing everything, using the curbstones and everything to that he can get his hands on to try and get onto them, and he just cannot close that gap. Swayze Hubert starts to leave the pit lane.
Now, Gary, interesting. Can you recall that the first 6 hour that we had, there was obviously a call made by Durant Motorsport for the leader to slow down, and then Umpi Swart was actually in that 2nd position, and he literally ended 0.3 of a second behind the leader. So obviously team orders was called for and said that Umpi Swart must finish in that 2nd position, 0.3 of a second behind the leader, because they were all on the lead lap and fighting for track position. That was the call that was made by Durant Motorsport. Are they going to make that call again? Keeping in mind Umpi and the number 9 car that he shares there with Familiaris is currently sitting in that 1st position. So it's going to be interesting to see as we head towards the end of the race, when we eventually get there, what call Durant Motorsport is going to make or does not make, for that matter.
I think it's purely a case of as Luke King comes into the pits, I'm pretty sure he's going to hand over to Troy Dolenchik, so we'll stick to that one. And Rackstraw also into the pits as well. I think it's purely a case of bring the Durant Motorsport cars together and do photo finish across the line. I think if Jason and his teammate cannot catch up to Yuri and his teammate, it will be a case of, okay, Yuri, you guys just slow it down a bit, let's bring the 2 cars across the line together. But I don't think it goes about changing of positions whatsoever. If you're there and you've raced to that point, you'll be left in there.
Well, at the last event, they chose who they wanted to win. And Umpi was in 2nd place. He had to settle for that 2nd position. So this is what I'm saying. Are they going to let them just race this time? Or are they going to choose who they want to come 1st and 2nd? or are they not going to make any call? That is the question. But yeah, we still got a long way before we get there. Obviously, Garth de Villiers once 1-2 across the line for sure. But let's see what choice and decision they make. Any case, that is for them to do. We'll see what they're going to do or not going to do when we eventually get there. As we see Luke King in the Dotsoft Racing outfit sitting there in that third position. And he's 1 minute and 28 seconds behind Yuri Swart and Jason Kutsia. And the three of them sitting first, second, and third in class and overall. Now, Luke Lucchesi sits fourth overall, and he is the leader of the Masters category. And he is 39 seconds ahead there of the 000 car in the hands of Jaco Forster. So we'll have a look and see, does that time go up or does that time go down? Is Lucchesi going to extend that lead on Jaco Forster, or is Jaco Forster going to make that lead of Lucchesi shrink? We'll have a look and see what the interval says between Lucchesi and Forster as the laps tick by.
We're going to take a short break, folks, and we'll come back to you shortly. Well, folks, as we come back to you, well, look at that. The two leading cars are in the pits. It's Umpi Swart and Jason Kutsia. And then let's see, where is Luke King? Pretty much a half a lap behind that is Luke King. So it's all working out for Umpi Swart and Jason Kutsia. Surely, Frankie, driver changes.
Oh, and Luke King turns himself around. Sorry, Gary. And he gets nailed there as well. So that could turn everything around. He got nailed there heavily. I'm sure the replay will show us exactly who nailed the number one car of Luke King after Luke got himself in a serious knot in that Mazda Lamar color scheme. That's Luke King turning around. You see he gets tagged there. Very quick. Was that the 88 car that tagged him? Just have a look and see, Gary. I think it might be Atinagel that tagged him in that 88 car. It happened so very, very quickly. This is an inboard shot there of Luke King. And then you see the car coming. No, it's a 71 car. It's the 71 car. It's Janeman Prius. Janeman Prius, they're tagging the one car of Luke King.
Well, that kind of turns everything upside down. And that means he's got to go into the pits with the damage on that motor car. Now, that could end up being quite a long stop with having had that knock. And that's definitely going to take the pressure off Yuri Swart and see Byron Mitchell's back in the car. Umpi Swart has stayed in his car. Byron Mitchell has taken over from Jason Kutsia and back out on circuit. So the man that's lying third overall gets himself now into the pit lane. So where does that leave the next man out on circuit? Luke Lucchese. There's Luke Lucchese, and that means that Luke Lucchese with this one is going to go up into third overall.
Well, it's coming out the final corner is Luke Lucchese. Climbs on the gas, runs up the hill, and he's done a 150.583. And here comes Luke King. Back out in the pits again. He's going to pick up speed. Lucchese's got the speed, but it is Luke King that manages to hold on to that third position. Well, now, they are not in the same class, but there is 0.7 of a second between King that is ahead there of Lucchese. 0.6 of a second now. It's getting closer and closer. So Lucchese is sitting P1 in class, but he wants to get that top three and take that third position away there from Luke King. Sawing away there is Pantera Racing's Luke Lucchese, trying as hard as he can. Mike Verrier, for that matter, is also in the pit lane as we still keep an eye here on this fight between King and Lucchese. And there is 0.7 of a second between King and Lucchese as they make their way through the carousel.
Well, the pit stop time gives us no information as to what was actually done. Standing time of 12.3 seconds. So that's not a driver change. We know that. You can see that. There's still Luke in the car. That's not Troy. That couldn't be a tyre change because a tyre change on top of your normal stop brings you out by 50 odd. Is 12 seconds just to fix the amount of damage that you have to be able to do the lap time? And does that mean that that car is now back up on pace? Frankie, I think it's time for us to give Troy Dolenchik a call and see if we can find out exactly how much damage there is on that motor car.
Yeah, I'm sure Troy is keeping an eye out on this one. King is 1 minute and 3 seconds behind Byron Mitchell. He knows that the Run Motorsport boys have got it all right, but here comes Luke Lucchese. 0.2 of a second between King and Lucchese. Lucchese can smell that the third position. He can smell the fumes of that LMP2 Dallara of Luke King that is in that the third position for now, because here comes Luke. That's 1/10 of a second. That's 0.005 of a second. He's right next to him. And Luke Lucchese is going to have a go at Luke King. And Luke King loses that position there to Luke Lucchese. Lucchese moves up into that third position overall.
Well, that was pretty tight stuff, make no mistake. And we're going to see if we can get Troy Dolenchik on the line. And maybe he's going to have to climb into the car in the not too distant future. But then again, if they were going to do a driver change, surely they would have done it at the point that he did that 13-second stop. 12.3 seconds was the total time that he was there in the pits. So not too sure what's going on there. Luke, should I say Troy Dolenchik going decline Paul. So they definitely doing mathematics there in the background to try and see what exactly they can do at this stage of the fight. So the man that you see there on screen, Luke King, he's getting all the information from Troy Dolenchik in the background to try and get him. Can't go any harder than that. Luke King using the grass, the verge, the runoff, the embankment, everything that Mother Nature can give him, and holding it all together as they come back out into the front main.
Climbing up that hill now is Luke King. Ahead of him is Luke Lucchese. Lucchese is going to just drop the hammer from here and disappear down the road, as King will try and fight right back there at Luke Lucchese. This is an onboard shot and a replay of the 111 car of Robbie Teens. And whoa, Robbie Teens involved in a big accident there. There was a car standing square in front of him. That was Doug Gerber. Yeah, it was a 69 car of Doug Gerber. Doug get himself out of shape and been nailed heavily there. And sure, that was some hectic stuff there. Poor Robbie Teens had absolutely nowhere to go. When he came around that right-hander, all of a sudden the 69 car was in front of him. He tried to take evasive action, but that was never going to happen. And a big accident there between Robbie Teens and Doug Gerber.
I think Doug did very well to hold onto it the way he did. But Robbie Teens just climbed off the loud pedal and hit it as hard as what he possibly could. And, well, yeah, it was always going to happen. But you think Luke Lucchese is going to break away? Well, Luke Lucchese is trying so hard that he just missed that one. It doesn't. That is a race-changing situation with Luke Lucchese. Let's have another look at that one. That was so close. Look at this.
Yeah, but Gary, Luke King also to take evasive action. They're not as bad as what Lucchese had to, but that has brought Luke King right back into the picture again.
So you come around the corner, you come over the right,
over the blind,
there it's in front of you.
Over a blind right, and all of a sudden you've got two cars standing dead center of the track facing you. And Lucchese's heart would have been thumping in his throat at that point in time, because he has got Luke King right in there behind him. There is nothing between the two of them at this point in time. Luke King in that third position, and Luke Lucchese, in that fourth position, and Luke Lucchese in that third position, and King wants that position back there from Lucchese.
The problem for Luke Lucchese right now is, I'm going to refer back to it again, but it's very important. Luke King, Luke Lucchese, and Troy Dolenchik were off the track again.
Luke is trying very, very hard.
And can you get a passing maneuver? There's going to come up the left-hander. There's not going to be space to get through onto the back of Luke Lucchese. So it was Luke Lucchese, Luke King, and Troy Dolenchik that were the three fastest in the final practice session. The problem for Luke Lucchese is that Troy Dolenchik is the teammate of Luke King. Luke King being just about on the same pace as what he is. Luke Lucchese has got to hand over to Peter van der Spey, who is one of the most consistent drivers out there, but not on the pace of Troy Dolenchik by a smidgen. But there's no doubt that Dolenchik is the quicker of the two. That means Lucchese, with 4 hours 25, 1 hour 35 to go, 139 laps into it, has to find a way to get away from Luke King to make it possible for Peter van der Spey to stay away from Troy Dolenchik.
Yeah, if he wants to get a top 3 overall, yes, but his main rival is the 000 car of Jaco Forster for Luke Lucchese, and his main aim will to stay first in class. Yes, he'd love to get a podium, a top 3 podium, a top 3 overall podium. He will podium for the Masters category, that's for sure, but I think he'd like to stand there in the overall podium just behind the Durant Motorsport outfit of car 9 and car 12, currently there in the hands of Yuri Swart Jr. and Byron Mitchell. However, there's 3/10 of a second between King and the man ahead of him, Luke Lucchesi. King has a lunge. It's a long straight, and Luke King goes back into that third position overall.
Is that a design move by Luke Lucchesi to take the pressure off and not end up with a massive battle in a class that you're not in and secure your class?
Well, yeah, but now he doesn't have a buffer between himself and Jaco Forster, because the two of them... Oh,
no!
and Lucchesi is in deep trouble! Lucchesi was overdriving that thing heavily, and Lucchesi is in serious trouble. That gap between himself and Jaco Forster will certainly shrink right now at this point in time, that's for sure, because Forster is 40 seconds behind class leader Luke Lucchesi, and Forster will certainly know that Lucchesi is in a spot above it. There are back markers between the two of them. That's why you see 39 seconds between first and second in the Masters class, and this is a replay of Lucchesi overdriving that car just before he enters the carousel.
I would have tended to think that, yeah, there he goes into the pits. I would have tended to think that he's running out of rubber, but if you look at it, the last pit stop was 57.7 seconds, which does include a change of tires, because otherwise it would be a low 54 or 55, somewhere around there. Coming back into the pits again, visually the car looks to be right, but definitely battling and not being able to put in the kind of lap times that he would have liked to with that motor car. Is it just tired at this stage of the fight and making errors, or is there something wrong with that car?
Well, as you said, visually the car looks fine, but I think it might not be handling properly, so he obviously wants to get back into the pits and sort that out.
not visually so good.
There you see the 69 and the 111 cars. They're the guys that started and caused that accident, and they are still in the pits there. The number 69 of Doug Gerber and the 111 of Robbie Teens. Well, Jaco Forster is now comfortably in the lead of the Masters category, and here comes Peter van der Spy. So, wow, I would have thought that Lucchesi would have done another stint in that car to try and rectify things, but he has handed that car over to van der Spy, and van der Spy will come out now with that Team Pantera racing car, and he will find himself still second in class, but 35 seconds behind his class leader, Jaco Forster.
Well, Frankie, we were hoping to see, I think I just lost him now, to get Troy Dolenchik on the line, to get the inside line from Troy Dolenchik. Troy, hectic times for you guys out there. We're live on Second Gear Productions with the 6 hour. Take us through that last couple of minutes with Luke on track.
Yeah, obviously, like you said, it's been a bit of a tough ride, but our goal from the beginning was just to try and get to the end of this race, that I've been so long. But yeah, we obviously, through my stint, my power went off towards the end of my first stint, but we were more or less in with a shot, maybe splitting one of the Durant cars. We're definitely in with a shot of, getting the mix of the top two there. And my power went off, so Luke took over for a nice 2 stints there, which, put us back to somewhere we could at least see where we were. Then I did a nice double stint, which put us in quite a solid third place. And then, but we were a bit out of filter with regards to where everybody else was on the stops with the tyres and the fuel. We weren't exactly sure how that was going to play out, and then unfortunately Luke spun and got collected, but that's all part of it, and we just hope we can try and get podium level through, which obviously be the goal here, and yeah, that's about it, and I'm in the car next to the end.
Awesome stuff. So it's going to be quite a long stint. There's an hour and a half to go. Just take us through from a technical point of view. You sitting there, the lights goes out, your computer is linked to the game. Luke's computer is linked to the game as well. How did he get it right, seeing you were in the driving seat, to be able to get the car back to the pits?
So he told, so I think what happens is when you're driving and the computer goes off the car, it goes to the screen. So if the car doesn't crash, the car immediately cuts up on the screen, like if you disconnect, let's say. And so Luke told me that he waited 20 or 30 seconds, nothing was showing, and then after 20 or 30 seconds it showed that the car was going back to the pits. So he said he waited for about 25 seconds for the car to go back to the pits, and then he said he filled the car with fuel and then he went. So it was about a minute or minute and a half wasted through that process. But yeah, I mean that's what happened.
That's the nature of the animal. Troy, so you're going to probably do a double or triple stint from here on out. Looks like 2 stints on the tires is definitely where it's supposed to be. You never know, anything's possible. It's the last chance. We're probably going to have a chat with you. Do you think there's a chance of catching the front too, or is it just a case of preservation and survival?
I just think it's that. I think we're going to probably just try and finish this race. It's much more that I think that the Enduro and Cosmo at the moment are all ups and downs we've had in this race. I think they've just managed to stay out of a couple not we have. Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy with where what we've done today, and yeah, I think it'll be about 2.5 stints towards the end that I'll have to do myself. So yeah, it's going to be fun.
A bit of iRacing practice before you hit the road to the next round of Extreme Festival next week, Saturday. An update for the first half of the season?
So we unfortunately won't be doing Red Star next weekend, but we will obviously do East London, which is the one after that. Up to now, we got our best finish at the last time out of the PE, which was 3rd overall, so progressing throughout the year. After East London is Cape Town, so we're hoping we can do something a bit more impressive there when it comes to Cape Town.
Awesome stuff, Troy. Good luck. Pity you're not going to be able to be down at Red Star Raceway. Good luck for your last stint, and thanks very much for joining us once again. Wow, there we go. The young flyer from Cape Town, Troy Dolenchik, a karter of note, comes from the Dolenchik Racing family. And, well, I'll tell you what, Frankie, you've had lots of opportunity to commentate about him through his karting career. And, tell us a bit more about his karting career as we go back to the man up front, Oompie Swart, that's now broken away pretty decently, almost a half a minute from Byron Mitchell.
Yeah, look, Troy has come through the ranks from the Max Torinos all the way through the Junior Max, and has literally just beaten everybody up in that class. And his older brother, Joshua Dolenchik, has done very, very well. So both Dolenchik youngsters, if I can call them that, because they are youngsters, very nice young men are these two gentlemen. And they got they ooze racing talent, both Troy and his brother Josh. And Troy is now sitting in the back seats with Luke King out there. And as you heard Troy say, that when Luke does eventually bring that car back in again, he will take that car all the way to the checkered flag. That's Jaco Forster in the Team Heap Together Lynx car that you saw there in the pits. And Peter van der Spey was overtaken there by Corne Breed. They're not in the same class, but Breed did get his nose ahead of van der Spey. That is Breed you see in that 5 car that is busy clearing away there from van der Spey. And Peter won't hassle too much about that, because these two guys are not racing in the same category. As a matter of fact, Jaco Forster is racing in that same category with van der Spey. And guess what? Jaco Forster has got Mike Verrier ahead of him, but he is only 19 seconds behind Peter van der Spey, and that's the gap between the drivers in the same class between each other. So the moment Jaco Forster clears Mike Verrier, then he will have clear track before he sees Peter van der Spey through his Dallara front windscreen. So Gary, Peter van der Spey is going to eventually sometime come under attack there from Jaco Forster. And
Well,
that will be then for the lead in the Masters.
That was the shot that we had of the Forster car standing in the pits.
Yep.
And Peter van der Spey coming past, and hence by the time Forster got going, it was 18.5 in there behind Peter van der Spey. Now the trick comes, did they take tyres? No, they did not. So both of them are on similar tyres at this stage of the fight. Let's look at the lap times, because this is now in effect the battle for the lead in class. Peter van der Spey, 154.6 on his last lap. Jaco Forster now coming out of the pit, so obviously it's not going to be a perfect reflection of the times that he's going to put in. We're going to have to wait a bit. Peter doing a 1 minute 53, and Jaco Forster having come out of the pits. Obviously it's going to be a bit slower than what you'd expect. There it is at 2 minutes 44. So a lap from now we'll be able to get an idea as to how it's going to play out. 17 seconds at, let's say, 2 seconds a lap, Frankie. That's around about 9 laps. That's a half a stint. To win this one, I think that Luke Leclerc is going to have to get back into the car before the end.
Yeah, but before we get to Van der Spey, he's going to first make up 10 seconds and then put a lap there on Mike Verrier. And then there'll be about, 7-8 seconds between himself and Van der Spey. So Van der Spey at this point in time does have Mike Verrier as a buffer between himself and the man you see on screen there in the 000 car, Jaco Forster, in the teamed heap together Lynx Dallara LMP2, the 000 car. So Van der Spey is going to have to climb on the gas and disappear down the road. Although I will say one thing, the gap between Forster and the man that is supposed to lap, Mike Verrier, is staying on that 10-second mark. So Forster is battling to get onto the back end of the Mike Verrier Dallara.
No doubt about it. It's getting pretty interesting. Actually trying to see if I can get a hold of Julian Familiaris, because Familiaris is going to probably get in after Yuri Umpi-Swart, but I'm not having any success with that at the moment. Let's see if I can get that one correct for you. Laps done 146, time passed by 4 hours 38. Umpi-Swart from Byron Mitchell and Luke King in the elite class in the Masters. Peter van der Spey from Jaco Forster, the man that you see there on your screen. And then in third position is in fact Andy Rackshaw. We're going to come back to you after the break. Right, folks, we're back with you again, and a big thanks, Frankie, our sponsors for this one.
A massive thanks to Zambezi Bucky Center, the sponsor for the 6 hour, as well as Second Gear Productions. But
So-
Gary, you've got Julian Familiaris on the line there with us.
Yep, yeah. Yuri Swart out there and leading. Byron Mitchell's climbed back into the car. Julian Familiaris and Byron Mitchell that opened up the triple stinters, running 2-3 sessions on the same set of tires. Julian, good evening to you.
Hi, Gary. How are you?
Fantastic. It's been brilliant. 149 laps, 4 hours, 42 into it. Without giving too much away, let's just say in the not too distant future, you will be back into the car. You got a 26-second lap there, break from Byron. Byron had a bit of a problem earlier on. I'm sure you're aware of it, where his electricity went off when it came back in. He had lost a lot of his finer settings. Have you guys been affected like that as well?
No, not at all, Gary. Unfortunately, Byron was affected. Changed all his settings, changed his field of view, so he was a little bit wired before qualifying, but still managed to put it together. Unfortunately, they had an issue with pit stop, and Jason took triple stint on tyres, so had a bit of a fallback on a stint. So they're still hanging in there fairly well. The pressure's going to start setting down in the last stint. Yuri's also done a fantastic job of keeping everything together. He's keeping the pace strong. So, yeah, let's see what the last stint holds.
The tyre wear issue, mainly the left-hand front that starts to wash away?
Correct, yeah. Through the carousel, the car just takes up punishment on that front left. So the track temp being so hard hasn't really helped us. So I'm sure it's thrown a lot of people's strategies off, but we're making it work.
A bit of a luck shot for you guys with Troy Dolenchik and Luke King being very much on the pace. Troy running out of ESCOM assistance and them dropping back. But it's been a hard session for you guys to actually keep them at bay in third place.
No, of course, Troy and Luke are on another pace as well. They're keeping the pressure on. Troy was completely set in the first stint, and unfortunately his power got the better of him, and yeah, they had to tow the car back to pit lane, and they've done a very good effort in coming back. So I think they're sitting currently P3 now by about 1 minute and 40 behind us. So well done to them.
Coming back to your main circuit racing, back out on circuit again on Saturday?
100%, I'll be there.
And where are you lying points-wise now in the Mobile One Series?
I'm currently sitting fourth. I had a bit of a bad round at the beginning of the year, but we're trying to finish consistently throughout the rest of the rounds and gather whatever points we can. We're about 20 points behind third place at the moment, but racing, anything can happen, so keep my head up for the rest of the season.
Much track knowledge and track time on the Red Star Raceway to date for you and the car?
Not with this car specifically, but I have had a lot of time with the BMW club. Went out for a test session with the V8 last week and everything feels good, so hopefully that all keeps together for the race weekend.
Awesome stuff. Just about to jump back in the car, folks. The voice of the man himself, Julian Familiaris from the Mobile One side of Extreme Festivals. Julian, thanks very much for joining us. Got to get you on the Second Gear Live Show in the not too distant future. He's going to be taking over from Oompie Swart. And Oompie is leading out there 24 seconds ahead of Byron Mitchell. For those of you that missed out earlier on, Byron's electricity went off just before they opened up the session. And when he got back on, a lot of his settings had gone. Now, one of the settings that he mentioned specifically, Frankie, was field of vision. And that's pretty much where you sit in the car and how close towards the front window you are and the vision that you've got on the side of you. But that is a distance perception changer. It's one of the very important settings that there is out there. And it just highlighted to us exactly how technical this form of iRacing has become. That somebody even like Byron Mitchell couldn't get around that quickly and get up onto that last 0.001 of a second. And that's what's made the difference between Byron now finding himself 24 seconds behind the Oompie Swart and his teammate that is leading out, and they pretty much have been there right from the beginning, except for Luke King that out-qualified them, but they both managed to get past, and then with the problem with the electronics going down on them, got the gap, And as he said, well, it was a hard-fought battle to hold them at bay. It was Luke King and Troy Dolenchik blindingly quick, of the quickest out there at this stage of the fight. Let's go back to that Peter van der Spey, Jaco Forster session.
Yeah, there's an 11 seconds between Van der Spey and Forster at this point in time. So Jaco Forster has still not gone past Mike Verrier, to be honest with you. So the gap between himself and Mike Verrier is a back marker in this one. There's about 7 seconds. So he has closed onto the back end of Mike Verrier, but he needs to clear him first before he can have a go at Van der Spey. So Peter has still got Mike Verrier in there. As a matter of fact, he's got Andy Rackstraw there as well. So Van der Spey obviously made the move there on Rackstraw, which means that Forster must now clear 2 back markers before he can catch up to Peter Van der Spey. So Van der Spey is doing exactly what he needs to do out there to hold on to that lead with his teammate Luke Lucchese. There is Mike Verrier coming through, and then you will see Jaco Forster. There's Jaco Forster in there just behind Mike Verrier. So the moment he's cleared Mike, they'll have another back marker to get past, and that will be Andy Rackstraw, that's using a Paul's rig for this event. And only then will he be able to have a go at Van der Spey. That is if Van der Spey doesn't put any more back markers between himself and Jaco Forster as Jaco makes his way through the carousel.
Well, 0.8 of a second, Jaco Forster finds himself in there behind Dr. Mike Verrier, a man that's very conscientious. Let's hope that that's not putting the commentator's curse on it. A man that's very conscientious in terms of not messing up other people's races and giving fair chance. But he is also a racer himself, and a regular racer, in fact, from the Cologne International Raceway Sports and GT series. And, well, he won't hold this man up, but he's not going to slow down and give it away whatsoever as we ride on board there with Jaco Forster and right behind Mike Verrier.
Coming out that final corner, turn number 14, and then making the way uphill. That's the main straight to start another lap. And Jaco is right there on his case. There's 0.2 of a second between himself and the man that is going to put another lap on there, Dr. Mike Verrier. Mike keeps out the way and says, okay, I am now going through. So there is now only one back marker between Jaco Forster and Peter van der Spey, and that will be the 99 car of Andrew Rackstraw.
Yeah, Andrew Rackstraw 153.010 and Forster on a 51.6 on that last lap. So yeah, it's going to take a bit of time to get to Andy Rackstraw. It's not going to be that quick that he's going to get there. All things being equal, nothing going wrong. 4 hours 50, hour 10 still to go as he uses, he's using all of the track there, so really pushing hard is Jaco Forster. He's got to try and get onto the back end of Peter van der Spey. He took 1.1 seconds out of Peter van der Spey on the last lap, but keep in mind that there's a big difference with these two in terms of pit strategy. If you have a look there, you'll see Forster and Van der Spey. There's a big difference between them, and Van der Spey is well on his way to going for another pit stop, while Forster is a little bit further away from that at this stage of the fight. So you're probably going to find that that one pit stop is, if it works out the way that Peter van der Spey and Luke Lucchese wanted it, is going to be the make or break between themselves and the likes of Jaco Forster.
But if I can ask Gary to put that battle box back up there again, I want to see if Forster is closing up there. Yes, on Rackstraw. Yes, he is. He is getting a lot closer now to Andy Rackstraw. Is that man in that 000, and Umpiswat is in pit lane. So this will be a routine pit stop plus the driver change where Julian Familiaris, the man that Gazza just spoke to now, will jump into that number 9 car and take over there from Yuri Umpiswat.
Here's Byron Mitchell, the second place Durant Motorsport car. Is he going to do?
Yes.
Yep, carbon copy. He comes into the pits as well. But the most important thing now is the Luke King, Troy Dolenchik combo, 1 minute 24 further back. so these two Durant Motorsport cars can come into the pits, do a driver change if need be. I think Byron will stay out there because it's not that long ago that he was in the pit lane. Impi Swart will step out and Jules Miliaris will climb in, and they will then be out there for about an hour and 7 minutes before the end of this race. I see Peter Hubert from 4th overall in class has now come into the pit lane as well. It feels like forever when you come into that pit lane.
Well, if we can have a look at Jaco Forster, because now he's only 10 seconds behind Van der Spey, and he is on the case of Rackstraw. Jaco Forster is on the case of Andrew Rackstraw. That is Rackstraw that you see there ahead of Forster, and is only 9.3 seconds behind Peter Van der Spey. So he needs to clear Andy Rackstraw as quick as he possibly can. Then there'll be clean air between himself and Van der Spey. There'll be no back markers at that point in time between himself and Peter Van der Spey. But he needs to make the move now on the 99 car of Andrew Rackstraw. Out of turn 14 they come, heading up the main straight. Surely now they'll have a lunge up on the inside of Rackstraw and put a lap there on Rackstraw. Up on the inside, the Rackstraw does not defend it, and he gets lapped there by Jaco Forster, which means there is now 8.5 seconds between Forster and the man ahead of him on the lead lap, Peter Van der Spey.
Sure. Oh, I tell you what, it's been brilliant stuff. Yeah. Where do you start with the ups and the downs and the good lucks and the bad lucks? June Miliaris, Byron Mitchell, the two that started this race, put the pressure on Luke King and just moved past him one after the other, dropped Luke King down 2 positions. Miliaris and Byron Mitchell both moving up 1 position, so they're in the same order that they qualified. June Miliaris and Byron Mitchell, having had their teammates Impi Swart and Jason Pitsia out there in the car. You'll probably find these two will now carry the necessary pressure from here up until the end of the race. There's 154 laps done. There's 65 minutes, not 165 minutes. 65 minutes still to go in this one. Luke King 1 minute 25 back. Even if you put Troy back in the car, Troy pretty much the same pace as Luke King. I don't believe he's going to be able to go further forward than that, frankly.
Yeah, he's 1 minute and 26 behind Byron Mitchell. So the Durant Motorsport team came in first and second, and they left the pits in first and second position. The question is, as we roll through this 6-hour endurance series, who is going to challenge the Durant Motorsport team and take victories away from them? Because the way they are doing what they've been doing now for 2 events so far, they seem to be untouchable and unbeatable. But then again, it might seem that way. Motorsport is a whole different ball game. Luke King is in the pit lane. Luke King is in the pit lane. Will he come back out again, or will he hand that car over to Troy Dolacek? We'll have to look and see as we keeping an eye here on Jaco Forster. And Forster is 6.3 seconds behind Peter Van der Spey. That is the fight for the lead in the master category. But the man in the lead category and lying 3rd place overall, Luke King, is in pit lane. The question is, will King come back out again? No, he won't. Or will he hand over to Dolacek? There's the answer. He hands the car over to Troy.
Yep, he hands it over to Troy, and the next man that's going to be coming through behind that on the same lap will be Peter Van der Spey. But it's pretty much 65% of a lap further back, so they won't be in the same battle, in the same fight. Peter Van der Spey with Jaco Forster. Jaco Forster is closing. Jaco Forster is closing every single lap. But Peter Van der Spey is doing a pretty decent job out there. There is no doubt that time-wise he is now starting to push the envelope. As Peter Van der Spey, a 153.250. There was times he was doing 54s and low 55s, as well as Troy Dolacek comes back out onto the circuit. So 53.2 for Peter Van der Spey, leading the class with a teammate called Luke Lucchese, otherwise known as Mr. Luke Lucchese. And then closing down by 2 seconds on the last lap is Jaco Forster. Should that carry on exactly the way it is, Frankie, that means 2 laps from now, it's going to be Jaco Forster that's going to be on the back end, and there he comes.
Yeah, he's really virtual on the back end, but he's going to be lapped there by Forster's got, I think that's a Durant Motorsport. Yes, he's got Byron Mitchell in there behind him. So Mitchell is going to put a lap there on the Forster. He won't hassle too much. He'll move out the way as the lights get flashed there by the 12 car. And he's not going to hassle too much. He'll say, okay, listen here, Byron, make the move on me. I'm not racing you. I'm racing a Van der Spey. So you can go, you can get past me. Oh, you mustn't do that, Jaco Forster. He nearly did a swapper there on himself. And that was the same place where the 69 and the 111 car got it all wrong earlier on. And that has put these guys out completely. That's Steens and Gerber. As you can see on the leaderboard, that crash has taken both the 111 car of Teens and the 69 car of Gerber completely out of the Zambezi Bucky Center 6 hour of Road America in Elkhart Lake. And that is not exactly what Forster wants to do now, to go and do the same thing that basically Doug Gerber did, and then that caused the accident with Teens. But he got away with it. He's running hard. He's running very, very hard, which means he's driving this thing slightly over the edge as he's using the entire racetrack and a touch more. And he is pushing because he's only 4.7 seconds now behind Peter van der Spey.
I think that the idea was to let that car go past in the hands of Byron Mitchell.
Yes.
Who's second overall, then use that slipstream to just gain a bit of time before he gets away from you completely, and use that to get to Peter van der Spey a little bit quicker. That puts the pressure on team leader Luke Lucchese to make the call. When does he climb back into the seat and try and secure that position? Jaco Forster was trying to hold on to that slipstream, but by the time they got out into the front main, it was long gone. It was too late. It wasn't going to happen. So where does Byron Mitchell find himself now? Well, Byron Mitchell is just 2.5 seconds behind Peter van der Spey. Peter van der Spey, knowing that he's been closed down from behind by Jaco Forster, is not going to want to lose any time whatsoever, and he will also probably try and hold Byron Mitchell behind him until they just before they get out into the straight, and then use that toe to try and keep himself away from Jaco Forster for a little bit.
Yeah, we saw him put the lap there on Forster. Forster moved right out the way, and now he's storming after that man. That is Peter van der Spey. Now Peter won't hold him up. Peter was a listener, but I am fighting for the lead with Jaco Forster here in the Masters category. I will just let you go through and let you go on your merry way. I'm not racing in your class, and I'm not racing you, that's for sure. So just make the move on me and keep on going. So Forster is now let's say 3 seconds behind Peter van der Spey as we wait for Byron Mitchell to put the lap there on Van der Spey. And then we'll see exactly the gap between car 2 and car 000 that are Van der Spey and Forster.
Well, he went past so fast we almost lost it. We couldn't even get the shot alongside the Peter van der Spey just lifted off and said, okay, you keep on trucking, and that has cost him pretty dearly. A 153.159 for Peter van der Spey, a 150.17. So 1.5 seconds, and well, the gap is just on 1.5 seconds now. A lap from now, it's party time.
Yeah, 1.8 seconds between Van der Spey and Forster, as you see Mitchell clearing away there from Van der Spey, and right behind Van der Spey is Forster. Right behind him we saw a glimpse of the Forster car as he's closing up there on. There he is. There is the 000 car, the team heaped together Lynx car of Jaco Forster that is now crowding the back end of the Van der Spey Dallara.
Well, he's going to have to go some, because Peter van der Spey is not sitting around. He's gone to 153.1s. So Peter van der Spey just going harder and harder. Now we know that Captain Pete, the man that flies Golf jets for a living worldwide, one of the most highly acclaimed and accredited private Golf jet pilots in the world, and they're used by leaders of countries, billionaires and millionaires around the world, to fly them and their family all over the show and do a bit of dust. And there's somebody that they're closing up on, and that would be Mario Kowals. They just had a bit of an off circuit,
Yes.
and dropped in there behind Peter van der Spey. So Peter will do everything that he needs to do to try and make it take as long as possible for Jaco Forster to come past. As long as he can hold that position, and they've got fuel and tires, they can hold it off as long as possible, and then put Luke Lucchese in the car to consummate that victory for them at the end. Jaco Forster is not going to take it lying down.
Yeah, that was my train of thought as well. Hang in there as long as you can. Then you dive in. If the 000 car does come past and Lucchese is then in that 2 car, then with the time at hand, it would then give Luke a chance to first of all secure second, and then go after that 000 car that will then be in the lead. But that's all speculation, but I think that's probably the way that they have planned it out so far. So Jaco Forster needs to get past Mario Kowals. Oh, and Van der Spey mustn't run wide. Van der Spey mustn't run wide. And now Kowals has got his nose ahead there of Van der Spey. Van der Spey was about to put a lap there on Kowals. He went wide, gave that position to Kowals, and now he goes wide again, and he hands that lead over in the Masters class to Jaco Forster.
Some choice French, which is only his 4th language, it's going to be coming out there in the man cave by Peter van der Spey. He's going to twice. You go off once, you say, okay, a bit of pressure. You go off twice, you can, come on, man, it's the last thing that I want to have to happen to me. And let's have a look at what actually happened there with Mario Kowals. He was looking pretty neat coming down towards the corner. Climbs on the brakes, goes down through to 2nd gear, picks up quite a bit of curbstone on the inside, spins it completely sideways, and ends up 90 degrees to the circuit. He's got to reverse it slightly back, full lock it to try and get out of there, and well, that's when the car started coming past him. Now he starts picking up pace. Peter van der Spey comes past him. Peter's completely off his normal line, knows that Jaco Forster is closing on him. Peter trying to get the hammer down as quick as possible, going out into the front main, and that's what happened just a couple of laps back. Peter van der Spey coming back then onto the circuit, and was Peter van der Spey into the pit lane? Yes, he has.
Yes, he has.
Yes, he has. Look at that.
I think with 55 minutes left, knowing that the number 000 car is in the lead,
it's not hammer time.
It would be the right time now, with the lead not being that big between car 000 and car 2, for Van der Spey to say, Lucchese, jump in and go and get him.
So it's not hammer time, it's Lucchese time.
Correct. It's Mr. Lucchese time.
There we go. Mr. Lucchese, Team Pantera Racing. Wow, I tell you what, this guy is a rock star and gentleman all in one.
Yeah, and I'm quite right, Gaza. Luke Lucchese is in the car.
Yep, that is him. So where is Jaco Forster right now? There you see the green dot going through turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's through the carousel, and out and in front of Jaco Forster is Mario Kowals. And remember, Mario Kowals went off, came back on, and kept on trucking. That's where he got past Peter van der Spey. Mario Kowals on his last lap, a 154.2. Jaco Forster on a 154.4. Nothing much between them, but I think it's a matter of time. We'll see the pressure is now on. That, I think we're going to take a little break, and we will come back to you for the closing stint of this brilliant 6-hour race.
It's going to be very, very interesting. Don't stray or go away. We'll be right back.